You guys are unmuted.
Thank you.
Really?
Okay.
Just you, Gary, I didn't read.
They send it.
Send it
Any
in.
credit this year?
Tammy's too
I send it
official.
Last one.
Send it in late and then I'll.
I'd like to call this meeting to order, the Benzie County Board of Commissioners. Today is February 27th, 2024. We're in the Frank Walter House Boardroom. Roll call, please.
Cunningham,
Here.
Janat,
Here.
Markey,
Here.
Nye. Here. Roloffs,
Here,
Sauer,
Here.
Worsakki is excused.
please stand for the invocation and the pledge. Dear Lord, thank you for the opportunity to serve the citizens of Benzie County. I'd ask for your guidance today as we represent these folks. Please keep all of our public safety personnel safe and free from harm. Ask this in the name of your son. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Are there any changes to the agenda?
Make the motion, we approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion and support. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? So move. Approval and correction of the minutes from February 13th.
I move that we accept minutes.
Second.
Motion and support. Is there further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Opposed? So move. Brings us to our first public input. Is there anybody who'd like to share? Close public input. Move on to elected officials and department heads. Rebecca?
Morning, I was asked to give updates, so I have a couple of things. I'll start with the lower level. We've made, it's still under construction, but we've made some moved. We have a temporary occupancy. And so we've got all of my things. I just realized today that people actually care where I am, so I have to make some wayfinding changes with the building. But our phone numbers are all the same and everything like that, but we're occupying and functioning out of the lower level. Katie's gonna have an open house announcement for when that will be, mid-March probably, because we still have a few things to clean up. Tower update,
If you're talking about lower level, how about this one?
that one is under construction and they're doing, they seem to be moving along pretty good.
Good.
Yeah, so you can still walk by and see in the glass window and see that there's some metal stud walls and things up, but it's going along pretty nicely.
Good, thank you.
The last construction meeting, knock on wood, they were about a week to a week and a half ahead of schedule.
As far as the tower update, I wanted to give some input on that because it's been in conversation. So the exact coordinates of the tower have been established and those coordinates were then sent to the powers that be, the FAA, the FCC, for approvals and confirmation. There is and we, Motorola, sorry, requested a higher level, like 148 feet, knowing that they'll always probably knock us down a bit. So we were able to receive confirmation from the FAA that 148 feet does not pose a hazard to aviation at those coordinates. So we're fine there. And the FCC obviously has made their announcement. So then in the paper in January, there were 2 public notices that we are in the EHP stage, which means environmental and historic preservation stage, which means we put out a public notice asking if anybody is familiar with the area, given the coordinates, have any issues with that, meaning there's, they know that there's a certain flower that might be endangered there, or that there is any family burials or anything to that effect that might have some historical significance. Anytime we deal with government money, we have to do an AHP. We had to do one just to receive some COVID money for this building because we put up physical plastic barriers, and so that's in that process. So there were 2 public notices in the paper, and then Colin Mary did a page 3 article kind of reiterating those. I was then at a public meeting for Frankfurt because we were given the opportunity to, since the FAA said we could go up to 148 feet without hazard, that Motorola would, our original proposal was 80 feet. Mostly had to do with aesthetics, keeping the character and the request from the city of Frankfurt. Motorola said that we could go up to 120 feet without extra cost to us. And so I ran that by the city of Frankfurt, because again, it's about aesthetics. There's all kinds of benefits to it, but it really comes down to what they have to look at every day. And I didn't want to impose anything. Their council approved up to 120 feet. So we're gonna give that to Motorola to work with that. I gave you a couple things on your desk. The red shows the tower at 80 feet. The blue shows the tower at 120 feet. As in my professional opinion, as a public safety representative, every blue dot to me means a place where a responder or a human is standing, that we need our radios to work. Even though it says it's in the lake, we have drownings and disabled boaters all the time. So that only enhances our coverage at no cost to us. So for me, it was a no-brainer, but I don't live in the city. So, but they were kind enough to see the projection and know what works best for us. So they approved that. And so we will move forward again, no cost change. The second little bit of paper that I gave you is,
Rebecca, could I stop you just for a
yes.
moment? On this illustration that you've given us for coverage,
Mhm.
I understood that tower would also give us coverage down Lake Michigan Drive to the Platte River area.
So what you don't see is the coverage from other towers.
Okay, so this doesn't suggest that we don't have coverage there.
Correct. I should have explained that. The white area doesn't mean that there isn't coverage there. It means it's covered by another tower. And I was asked them to specifically focus on the Frankfurt Tower. And if it was worth the extra 40 feet to expand the coverage.
I know I'm being redundant,
Mhm.
but there is coverage at the end of Lake Michigan Drive.
Yes.
Thank you.
The second one just shows the exact coordinates of the center of the tower, and Motorola, again, for the Frankfurt meeting. Frankfurt asked for a kind of a mock-up, and the 2 what look like photograph pages are kind of a Google Street version of what the tower would look like at its proper location. The pictures are hard because we print on ink, but if you look very closely, you can kind of see an extra tower there. That's it. There's no big cans. It doesn't look like a cell tower. It is a single monopole tower with a couple of arms that stand out. The arms are 8 feet wide, but you can't really see
Right.
that from that height. So that's what you would see if you were at those particular traffic points, one coming down the hill into Frankfurt and the other being by the high school.
And Rebecca, is there a light on the tower at all?
No, there will not be a light on the tower.
Thank you.
Yeah, because it's under 200 feet. So again, I guess what I'm trying to do is make sure, because I've been seeing lots of scuttle about the Frankfurt Beach, is to not have people go, oh, I didn't know. Trying to make it as transparent as possible, because as soon as we start cutting trees and putting up stakes, someone's gonna go, what is that? So I've posted on my social media page, which goes to our county website. It's been in the paper. I'm presenting it here, that the tower is coming. It is going to be 120 feet. It's going to be in that location. And now is the time in which to communicate to the resources that were given in the paper. And I can give those resources. If anybody has any questions, just have them call my office. And I will answer their questions. So that's the tower update. I don't think I have anything else. Does anybody have any more questions for me?
Anybody?
Thank
Looks like
you.
you're doing a
I
good
see
job. Thank
Cherry
you.
Capital putting the line down 115 there, so they must be getting.
Yep, we're all kind of just fading into that process. I'm not sure exactly when the build will be. I have a progress meeting on March 7th. Just figure out the rest of our timeline, and we have until August of 2025, but they said it will be before. And really, again, this is to enhance radio communications for first responders in the Frankfurt area, which they don't have right now. They have a repeater system that's deficient.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other department heads? Elected officials? Yep, Megan?
Good morning. Sorry, a little allergies going on. Just want to give a Maples update. We're full, 78 beds full. Of the 78, 77 of them are long-term, so we plan to stay full for the time being. We have one person discharging in 2 weeks, and then we have a long-term resident planning to admit that week, so we'll be full for a while. Occupancy since October 1 to date, we're at 97.5% occupants. We got the generator fixed. Rental generator pulled out this week, which was really great to see. County and state officials signed everything off. They're happy with the fixes. We're still waiting on final bills to see the actual cost, but it's looking right around $100,000 to get that fixed with the rental, with the costs between the mechanics and the rental fees. We went through our my first state survey. We had a handful of very minor deficiencies. We're going to plan of correction this week and hoping to be desk reviewed through the state next week. So we're pretty happy with that. I had 7 new hires start this morning. Everybody showed up. I was very happy at 8 a.m. So we're going fine there. And I was happy to work on the schedule for this weekend. Starting the first week in April, we'll be down to 3 contract staff in our building. So we've made some real big headway, being that at our highest count, we had 24 in the building. And then in August, we were at 18. Now we'll be down to 3 in April. So I think those are my updates. You guys have any questions about the Maples?
Just the one, just for Evan, and he's not here.
Oh,
How many were the Benzie?
so in the month of January, we had 12 admits. All 12 admits were Benzie County residents.
And Megan, on the $100,000, that was the generator money. Okay. I know you were going to look at trying to get money because it was, were you successful at all on?
We are submitting everything to insurance. They're gonna review it. They can't, right now, they're still looking everything to see what they think was the real issue to why whatever happened. And that's gonna probably tie into if insurance will pay for any of
So,
it.
pending.
Yeah, we're really hoping insurance will at least cover that rental generator.
Mhm.
Mishcat out of Grand Rapids were really good to us. It's normally $15,000 a month to rent. They dropped it down to 10 because it was hard for us to find a mechanic in this area to actually work on a John Deere motor. So they were good to us. But yeah, we're
Pending.
pending it. The mechanic itself was just under 50,000. It was like 46,000 and some change. And then the rental for 3 months and then electrician. So we had to pay an electrician to hook up the rental. We had to pay an electrician to take it, it's, yeah. We're talking about it.
Yeah, the generator can operate the way it is right now, and those add-ons will be put on.
Congratulations. Sounds like you're going in the right direction.
Thanks. We're pretty happy.
Megan, just a couple questions.
Sure.
Gary asked a question about how many residents were from Benzie County, and you commented about January's admittance.
Yeah.
But overall, do you know what percentage of the residents there are from Benzie County?
I would say, we've been working through it. I could bring that next time I come. If I had to take a guess, between 85 and 90%.
That's close to me.
We have, it's kind of a to fill a bed or not to fill a bed now. And so that was what we played with in the past. Now, since I've been overseeing all of the admissions, it's all been Benzie County residents, but we had people that were still in our building. So
And I know it's a balancing act. Your board has educated me over the years about the issue with Medicaid, Medicare.
Yeah.
Are you, so you're able to admit more people from Benzie County and still stay in compliance with Medicare?
yeah, we've just noticed that the need for Benzie County right now is long-term care. Because we're a county facility, our reimbursement is higher for a Medicaid resident. So that's helpful to us because in skilled nursing, in the realm of skilled in that world, really those rehab and Medicare beds are better reimbursement. It's a higher rate. But because we're a county facility, our Medicaid rate is higher. It's not that Medicare rate, but the referrals that I'm getting for Medicare and rehab are out of Manistee and Grand Traverse County. And so we're doing just fine staying full at that Medicaid reimbursement rate right now.
And didn't you tell us the last time you presented, which I appreciate, by the way, the frequency that you're coming here. The last time that we talked about this, you said that the rehab is actually more profitable than the long-term.
It is, but it's also, it's a game. It's a number game. So the reimbursement rate is higher. So let's say $600 a day for a rehab resident. But when they're covered under Medicare, then we're responsible for their pharmacy costs and their therapy costs and any outside doctor's costs. So if our Medicaid reimbursement rate is around $400 and they have a high pharmacy bill, it kind of evens out. Does that make sense? That's kind of hard to explain.
And I would assume with rehab, you got more turnover. So the
Right.
long-term stays, at least it's more predictable income.
Correct,
Yeah.
correct. And the way managed care is geared, so those, those Blue Cross Blue Shield plans you're getting all those phone calls for Blue Cross Blue Shield and Humana and Priority Health, they dictate your rehab stay. So they tell us how long you're able to stay in the facility. And sometimes we feel like it's not the appropriate time and we don't want to be giving unsafe discharges. We don't feel like we're able to give the most adequate care in those 14-day stays. Where Medicare, we get to dictate how long they're staying based on the need.
Thank
That
you.
makes sense.
Yep. I'm good.
Megan, can you share it on? It's probably a question you can't answer right now, but where do we compare to other agencies that are comparable to us in Grand Traverse County, Manistee, Wexford, price wise, where per month bed, where do we compare?
Price wise, we're pretty close. We're comparable. I got to sit down with our District 2 administrators last week. They were amazed that we're full. A lot of them are closing beds right now because they can't stay full. They also cannot staff their buildings. So they were really happy. I mean, they all kind of told their horror stories and they're like, okay, you're brand new. Let's hear yours. And I was like, well, we're full. And, we're actually doing really good with staffing. So we're doing okay, but price, it's around the same.
We're not the highest.
We're not the highest. No, no.
That helps.
Yeah.
Anybody else? And like Art said, thanks for being here more
You're
frequently.
welcome.
Yep.
Have a great day.
Hi, I'm Kelly Ottinger on behalf of Benzie Senior Resources, and I'm the development director there. Things are swimming along for us right now. It's a busy time because it's tax season, and so far we've handed out 221 packets to folks to complete their taxes. The Meals on Wheels is growing. Since the last time I was here to give the update, which was about a month ago, we've added 8 households to that. So that continues. we have 2 new volunteers for Meals on Wheels, which helps a little bit, but I will go ahead and put the call out. Anyone you know who might be able to help us out, we're still a little short because of the folks that go away for the season. And in fact, the reason I'm here today instead of Doug is he's out driving Meals on Wheels.
I thought he was gonna say he was in Florida or something.
No. He's, we have some kind of bug going through the volunteer staff that we do have, so we're down right at the moment. Staffing, we're fully staffed, except for we need one more home health care aide. And those ads are out and social media and so forth. We're still working on that. The other thing I had was just to thank Commissioner Janot for coming to our discovery process meeting in February. We have our last one, which will wrap up this process March 5th, and we would invite everyone to join us here in this room at 1 o'clock. And this is the meeting where they will take all the information they've gathered from our community partners and the folks that they have interviewed in the system, the folks using our services, and determining the needs of what Benzie County seniors need. And they will make suggestions to us in terms of what a facility should have and what it might look like and where it needs to be located. And they will just be suggestions that were born out of the information gathered. And they will be presenting that on March 5th. So we would invite everyone to come join us for that.
Kelly,
Mhm.
you want to ask something?
Yes,
Yes.
thank you. I do have a question. I read in your executive report that you received, and this is just for education,
Mhm.
that you received $20,000 grant
Yes.
from the Benzie County Community Trust to
Yes.
fund the senior essential
needs.
needs.
Mhm.
Okay, does that fund the whole program for 24?
That funds the pool of money that we have set aside for that fund. Yes.
Okay, and an essential need in a nutshell, what
It's,
does?
there are things that could just derail somebody's budget. They're far lower income folks. A car repair, a new furnace, those
Okay.
kinds of things.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
Mhm. You're welcome.
Can I ask it shouldn't seem like it was that long ago. Doug introduced a new hire RN,
Mhm.
and I'm told she's not with us anymore. Has she been replaced?
And I'm sorry, I'm not not on the personnel end of it.
About a year ago, I think he was here.
Okay, she must have been
been here
because
since then,
we're
but-
fully staffed with our RNs right
Okay.
now. Yeah.
I don't recall being
Okay.
introduced to a new RN, so.
She might have been the new, our new director has been with us for about a year and she is our RN director.
Okay,
That probably was her.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Kelly, when you
Yes.
have new volunteers for the Meals on Wheels, what kind of time commitment are they making?
We're just asking for 2 hours at a time, any day of the week. That it runs Monday through Friday. And it's about a 2-hour window that they're out for delivery. And you could either say they go in pairs of 2. So you can either say you would like to be a driver or you're the runner of the meal up to and they're our fleet. So you don't have to use your own car on your own gas or anything. Yeah. Mhm.
That's like an 11 to 1.
Yes, they start a little bit earlier, actually, to make sure they have them by lunchtime.
I did Meals on Wheels for 2 or 3 years and really got to be there about 8:30.
Oh,
And you'll be done by 1. So it's more than just a couple hours,
Well,
unless it's changed significantly.
it might have been the
there,
geriatric.
I think when they started offering the 2-hour shifts was just because we were so low that they broke that up a little bit. So I'm not really sure of the workings of that, but I know that's what we have in our promotion out to the public. So,
It goes quickly. You're typically with somebody else and
Yeah.
it's a good time to just build relationships.
right.
So are you the wrong person to ask some financial questions to?
Yes,
It
would be the answer.
depends on if it's grant related or donation related, I'm the right person. But if it's just our actual finances, I can find the answer for you. I might not have it at this moment.
I'm wondering if you know what percentage of your revenue comes from the county assessment?
That I would have to find out for you. That's
Check
one
in
for
next time.
our operations director. Mhm.
I had just met with Doug the other day because we were talking about his millage and such, and he said about 60% of their total budget is the millage revenue.
60%.
About, yeah.
Sure, I appreciate that.
Mhm.
And I thought it was something north of 50.
Yeah.
Kelly, where I'm going with this, and I'm sure Doug will be sensitive to it, but that discussion about your space needs and
Right.
long-term planning,
Mhm.
I hope that before any decisions are made, that comes to this board.
Of course,
Okay.
right.
That was part of my interest in sitting in the other day is I
Mhm.
wanted to hear what people said. Unfortunately, you had a modest attendance,
Right,
so I'm not sure you're getting all the feedback you need right now, but
right. Of course, the folks running the survey are telling us that, their fingers are out where they need to be and we're getting the information, but we
okay.
would love more attendance. You know, we've been publicizing the meetings. And they also told us it could be because folks feel like we're doing a good job and they don't need a change, but we really need to know what people are thinking.
You get large attendance when they don't like what you're doing.
That's true.
In my update, I'll also give somewhat of an update on what you just touched on, because I met with Doug just the other day and he asked me to, so we'll talk about that.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thanks.
all right. Thank you.
Thank you. Other department heads, elected officials. Kyle Mauer.
Good morning, Kyle with Animal Control. I just want to give you guys an update on the shelter, more specifically the kennel yard. Spoke with AJ from AJ's Excavating last week or the week before, and they're going to be started. They're getting started hopefully this week or into next week. They're finishing up a project right now and should hopefully get started. So we are currently trying to transport all the dogs out, at least best we can, so that way they're not just staying in the kennels all day. My first attempt was unsuccessful. And then I found out that Cherryland or Grand Traverse and Cherryland both are doing a kennel project right now.
Oh.
And they transported all the dogs out to the local area. So, but we're gonna keep going to see if we can get them at least relocated. Currently at about 10 dogs right now, so that'll be rather difficult for us, but I think we should get it done. We did put out an RFP for fencing once the actual wall is put up and everything is kind of done with AJ's. We put that into the local paper and onto the county website. So hopefully we'll hear back from that. And then we're going to be looking into getting some paint done in the kennels. You know, I guess it's kind of an every year thing that the paint in there just fails and it has to be epoxy paint. And if you know anything about painting with epoxy, it stinks. And it's a time consuming process. So we're gonna see about hiring that out, and then we're gonna have to also start looking into our kennel gates in there. They are starting to fail. Rust is an issue back there. Obviously, there's a lot of moisture when we clean, use a power washer. So we're gonna start looking into some ideas for that. Hopefully we can get some some type of grant to potentially replace those kennel gates with a little bit more updated version, something that would be aluminum, or something that won't rust as quickly. And then something that could prevent our dogs from going through the fence at each other. We tend to get that quite a bit. So but I'll come to the board when I get something better. But as of right now, I just want to give you the heads up on the kennel, and that should be getting started here relatively quick. So all your sand up there should be hopefully gone in the next week or two. Okay.
I did notice yesterday when I was on the property. A unattended dog that I'm guessing was not ours or not yours. But there was no one around and it was not on a leash. It was over by the sheriff's department parking. So you might want to keep your eyes open. Yes, I believe so.
Dog.
Dog and a cat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, that cat. over there.
I've spoke with them. Oh,
And Kyle, I have a question. You said you have 10 dogs and everyone else is using the space for dogs. Is fostering one of your avenues for this? And is there anyone that could help with that? If
Uh,
it is?
fostering can be, however, it still is a liability on the county.
Yeah, that I
for
realize.
the animal. So, I try to avoid that unless it's a situation where it's a medical needs, or if we have, say, newborn puppies, something along those lines, but we still take on liability for that. So it's not off the table. But I'm trying to, if I can
Avoid it.
transfer them out, it's gonna be easier.
Yeah, and I was just wondering if that was an opportunity or an avenue.
Yep, it can be. Yep, it definitely can be. And like I said, I haven't weighed that out yet, but,
And you have who you can contact and you know all of that.
we have, yeah, we have a few people. We definitely don't have 10 people, but we have a few that could potentially help.
Thank you.
Just a quick suggestion, I guess. On your RFPs, I feel that when we advertise, we're not getting anywhere. And maybe we need to start reaching out to the fencing companies.
We've already done that.
Okay, but I'm just saying that I think we need to develop a list, some emails.
Taking
Okay.
my admin report
Okay, I'll
away.
quit. But anyway, I just feel that it's our responsibility.
And that's
to do
true.
that. So thank
We,
you.
I
Okay.
reached out to, 6 of the surrounding, fencing companies, the fencing companies that were here in Benzie, to include Manistee and Grand Traverse. A couple of them didn't even call me back. I had one didn't show up. I had one, they're not so much a fencing company, but they're a landscape company. They showed up to give us a quote, but wanted more of a blueprint from AJ's. I haven't got a blueprint from AJ's yet, so I'm kind of waiting on that. And then, a couple of them stated that they won't do anything above 6 foot as far as chain link fencing goes. And then one of them stated that they wouldn't do any type of privacy fencing. So kind of limits us on that, but like I said, I did reach out to several of them. And that's why we went with to do the RFP. And then, once that post, which will be, I think it already posted to the,
It's on the website and it'll be in this week's newspaper.
yep. And
So tomorrow.
so the one company that did show up to give us the quote, I'm gonna advise them that, we're accepting quotes now, and hopefully they can at least give us a roundabout. I don't have a blueprint though. That's the only thing that,
One of those things you don't do very often, so you don't know what you
Right.
should be looking at, but I guess until people get hungry again. It's-
right. Yep.
Thank you, Kyle.
Kyle, I don't have the document in front of me, but I know the exterior project is on the capital improvement plan. Are the interior things that you mentioned as far as the kennels, the paint, are we planning for those? We're trying to forego surprises.
Yes.
Yeah.
in this area.
They're on our capital improvement plan. The paint is, but it isn't, because it's more of a yearly thing. It's more of a
Operational.
maintenance, kind of keep up. Now, but it has gotten quite a bit worse, so that's why I had said we were gonna try to bid that out, or at least have somebody come and give us a quote and tell us what it would be. But as far as like the kennels, the inside kennels themselves, I do believe that we put that
They are.
as maybe next year or the year after. I'm not 100% sure what year, but we're actually talking about
Next year.
tearing those kennels out and putting in a whole new system. Because that would help us eliminate quite a bit. It would help us with barking, which if you've ever been up there, you can't make a phone call without hearing the dogs bark. When one dog runs by another dog, they all just light up and then they bark for the next 20 minutes. So it would eliminate that as well, or knock it down quite a bit. And then as far as cleaning, the way that we were gonna set those kennels up, it would help us with cleaning too. It'd be a much more efficient way of doing it, so. But I believe it
It's
was,
next year.
next
We
year
have
is
it
when we're
on the
talking
capital
about
plan.
but the systems that we're looking at are rather expensive. If we can do something currently with the block wall that we have in there, the only problem with the block wall is it keeps failing, with dogs jumping on it with their nails. Get a lot of dogs that like to lick the paint. all sorts of stuff. Urine is a big contributor. I mean, it eats away the epoxy paint. So I'm open to suggestions. I've been to other establishments, other shelters and whatnot, and everyone's kind of went away from the block balls just because we're running into the same issues that we are.
As these ideas are developed, is this funneled through the Building and Grounds Committee before it comes here? Or have we talked about it will go through?
It's gonna have to.
Yeah, so all the RFPs are published. Rose will schedule buildings and grounds. We'll go through this RFP. There's rooftop units, all the things. These are on next year and the year after capital plan, so they're a bit premature at this point to come to the buildings and grounds, but yeah, they will.
Thanks,
So
Cal.
is there other options for the walls?
Stainless.
Stainless?
Block walls,
Right,
yeah.
okay.
Well, there's stainless, there's a aluminum framed and then an aluminum with some type of plastic. I don't really know the actual like terminology for it, but apparently they're scratch resistant. They can't chew at them because there's nothing to grab. It's all flat surface. Which apparently right now they can grab onto the chain link fence and pull on it and damage it. So the system that is gonna or that we were looking into would just kind of come in sections and it would be put together and then bolted to the floor. So it would be kind of I guess all those block balls that are in there, we tear them out, flatten out the flooring, and then re-epoxy that flooring, and then put the new stuff. That's what we're looking into, but it's still going to be expensive no matter what. I don't really have a
Stainless. And-
yeah. Stainless is very expensive.
But if you're redoing this every year and you can stop.
Yeah.
You still have to epoxy the floor, right?
Yeah, our floor, we've done it. It's been about, gosh, 5-6 years, something like that. And it's holding up really good, holding up great. We got a few spots that have come up, but we kind of anticipated that they would because they were low spots and that's where urine had sat into. Not really a whole lot we can do about that.
Mhm.
But we can easily have them ground down and refilled. It's not hard and it lasts a long time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right.
Yep. Thank you. Any other elected official department heads?
Valley.
What timer wants to talk?
All right. We're going to finance. Last name.
Oh, thanks. Okay.
Except for the ones you didn't get rid of.
Right. Just to make up for some of the other ones. I'm looking to approve the bills from February 13 through February 27 in the amount of $445,937.04.
I'll make that. Just to get even with.
Support.
A motion and support. Is there further discussion?
Who's supporting?
Karen. Roll call, please.
Not
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes.
motion carried.
Perfect. I got nothing. I gave it all away.
Not one last.
I gave it all away. I'm good. No, Land Bank's still working on grants. So we're still doing all of that. We had a new project came up yesterday. It was at 11. We're still doing some research on it, but,
Good.
other than that, office is working well. We
Good.
have our new employee hit the ground running.
Kelly was at the airport, so I saw her there
Right,
in her capacity.
right. So I've been giving all the things away.
Good job.
Just trying to clean up the dregs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Before we move on, Madam Prosecutor, did you have a comment? Okay, didn't know if you've just snuck in a little bit lately. Move on to consent calendar. Items A through E.
I would like to pull item A.
Okay,
And I don't have it in front of me because I'm getting back to the agenda
It's the
now. But
brownfield grant thing.
the item E has to do with signatures, right?
consider approving budget amendment for Brownfield grant.
No, E.
Item E.
E is
Looking at E.
signatures.
Yes. I'd like to pull item E too.
E. Okay. Move on to item B.
No, you just need you need a motion now to approve the amended consent calendar B, C, and D.
Okay,
I'll make that motion.
To approve. And second.
motion and support. Is there further discussion? Roll call.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloff,
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
motion carried.
Item A.
I'm confused on how the grant works. I know in the past, when you have a brownfield thing, they set up some sort of conditions on how it will be repaid and how it comes out of their tax. I don't know that the grant works in the same manner.
So that's a TIF, what you're talking about.
Right.
So this grant specifically is $650,000 grant. And with the brownfield, they pay it in reimbursement. However, there's a ton of administrative time in providing information to them from both our office as well as Mindy, who is the consultant for True North. And so this is different. This is grant money. They pay it to the county. We keep a portion for administrative fees. The rest goes back to True North. The TIF is separately, and that Kelly, Shelley, and I have been working on that. That's separate. This is specific to the grant.
Because I thought there had to be more specific things that they can
Correct.
use that money for, whether it's a TIF or the other.
So that's
spelled out in something.
That's part of all of this reporting that we've been doing. So the grant money is specific to brownfield related items, which is within a work plan that this board and the EDC has already seen and approved a year ago now, right? And so part of our reporting is providing that information, invoices, the work that's been done and such. And then Eagle determines that it's eligible or not for the grant. And then Eagle determines how much we're getting paid for the work that's been done. So the project, yes, is well underway. They haven't been doing a lot of grant related activities. We're finally getting about $34,000 for grant related activities, but that's part of my administrative burden is providing that information to the state, confirming that the work that's being done as part of this work plan. Mindy and I do that together, and then the state will say yes or no on the repayment to us. TIF is different.
The money's funneled through the county,
Correct.
and when you pay True North, we pay them directly out of the grant.
Yes, so what'll happen is the state, actually, I think Kelly said we'll probably get that money today because they see it kind of pending out there in La La Land, and then it comes to the county a couple days later. So we should be receiving that 34 and change today from the state, and then we will then invoice or True North invoices us for their portion, and we'll pay True North, keeping back some for administrative fees. 5% of the total grant will end up being administrative. And so that will stay with the county or be paid to Susan Winslick, who's been helping a bit with this as well. And then all the rest will go to True North.
I know in the past, did a brownfield project.
Yeah, and so the
Yes.
Shelley's office handles the TIF piece of it. And so when they come upon settlement, they go through and determine the TIF amounts and then make those transactions accordingly. That's a process handled by Shelley's office. I'm in charge of the grant piece of it. She's in charge of the TIF piece of it.
Oh, you cleared it up for me. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll
Yeah.
make the motion.
Yes, and just further, and I will support you on that. Because I had the same questions, Gary, or similar questions, and I got the explanation a little bit ahead of time. So I was with you on that, but Katie gave a great explanation for me to help understand. So I interrupted your motion. I'm
No,
sorry.
that's fine. You seconded it. We're good.
You don't want to read it?
Tammy gets it all.
I got it.
There you go.
I sent it
There's
to
a
her
motion and
beforehand.
support.
Yes, sir.
Is there further discussion? Roll call, please.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs,
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
motion carried.
Item E, Commissioner Jeanette.
The only reason why I pulled that is because of signatures. I wanted to make sure that the record reflected that we had a chance for conversation. So I'm gonna make the motion, and this is for me, it's just semantics, okay? That the Board of Commissioners authorizes Kelly Long, Suzanne Mills, Tammy Bowers, and Kimberly Childs to sign financial related documents for the Benzie County.
I'll support.
There's a motion and support. Is there further discussion?
Just one thing, and this is me personally. A lot of this stuff I would like to come to the entire board. Feel that we're not doing our due diligence on some of this. I almost get the impression that one or two commissioners are making their call. Doing my research on consent agenda with Michigan State. Get done with that where I stand, but I appreciate. I just don't feel that pulling everything is there. Anyway, we'll get there. But our body is responsible to hash these things out, and that's how I look at it. So
I
thank you.
appreciate your comment, Gary, and I
Yeah,
have the same
fair enough.
concerns and, I supportive of trying new things. But at the end of the day, if we decide these things should be discussed individually, I wouldn't hesitate to go back to the way we used to
Yeah.
do it.
Thank
Fair
you.
enough there.
And you guys can amend that mid-year. Just know that. If you want to amend your rules, you've done it before mid-year. If you don't like this, I'm used to this streamlined kind of thing, boilerplate
Mhm.
information, don't take extra discussion. So, but if you guys want to go back to discussing every individual item, you're welcome to. It's your call.
I've also worked in environments where they use consent calendars. It does streamline the process because of some things are strictly routine. And what we need to learn, first off, we need to all become more comfortable with it.
Yeah.
And after you see it repetitively, you'll say, yeah, I've seen that before. But you're also gonna learn, what do we want to see? So we're kind of educating each other.
Any other comments? Roll call, please.
Roloffs,
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
motion carried.
Moving on, items removed from consent calendar, old business, one item A.
So I didn't add anything into the packet today, but I've asked the representatives from the sheriff's office to be here. 2 meetings ago, I believe it was now, maybe 3. You guys kind of gave the marching orders to the sheriff's office to come up with some ideas and plans as to how we should proceed forward with the request of potentially up to 2 individuals adding onto the roster for the jail. And so they're here today to talk about what they went through, what they've learned, their ideas, and then we can continue the discussion from there.
Thank you for hearing us out. We've done a lot of consideration and a lot of things on paper, and I'm gonna refer to my associates back here, Under Sheriff Hubers, Lieutenant Smith, who've really done all the groundwork as far as having answers or potential answers to the solution to the problem. So
So is what I hear you saying is you had a good time in Florida and came home safe and sound.
that's correct.
Gotta take your glasses off.
Yeah.
Too bright.
Good morning, everyone. Under Sheriff Greg Hubers, the Benzie County Sheriff's Office. Shortly after the last meeting, Lieutenant Smith and I sat down and threw everything we could at a schedule, trying to work with what we had, at least to fill one of those spots. Every alternative we came up with just didn't work without creating an enormous amount of overtime. Every alternative with the budget, moving things around, frankly, just didn't work. We're very tight on our budget. That is known by all. We're very tight up there right now. Some of the things that we looked at was some flexibility with the GT inmate monies. We don't have that flexibility, and that's not guaranteed. Grand Traverse could say tomorrow, we're taking back Holler and Mason, we're done. So I don't want to depend on that for the stability of 1 to 2 new corrections officers. We looked really hard at costs. You per deputy, and you're starting a new corrections deputy, so we have to consider all the new thing. New equipment, new radios, uniforms, everything else with salary. First year cost that we came up with all of the equipment, the vest, everything else per deputy, with some factored in overtime is $96,000, $96,341 per deputy first year. Second year, that goes down to about 80,000 because you eliminate some of those new equipment. It's $80,811. You eliminate some of those new equipment needs. Vests, benefits stay the same, salary pretty much. That's using an assumption on salary at starting at step 2, which really is our average. There are some people we start at step 1 and some higher, but our average is step 2 wage. Benefits are pretty solid numbers right now. We have, Lieutenant Smith and I have had discussions until we pulled our hair out. We did have one alternative on moving one of the day shift people to cover one of the vacant night shifts. But as soon as we gave proper notice with the union and went to make that happen, we have 2 started yesterday in the academy. So we're 2 short with 2 in the academy for the next 5 weeks, and we're 1 short with somebody on light duty. And we just couldn't make that happen to fill 3 on every shift at all times without adding people. So we really come down to 2 choices. When we talk about the millage and millage increases, you know, that's an option. I know some people like that, some people don't. Most don't like that. They don't want to add that to the millage, and I understand. So we come down to, where is that money going to come from? I have nowhere to pull it, frankly, to make it happen. So we have to question, does that come out of the millage or does that come out of general fund? Those are the only 2 places I know of. I can't make any miracles. I can't draw any money from that. And we make it happen with 1 or 1.5. We really can't. It really requires 2. Even if we get the light duty person back to work, that's 6 to 8 months down the road. And we just can't make it happen with 1. Questions on that?
Well, you must have factored in vacation time and sick time, so you know what the average is for folks to.
And we did, and that's what really puts it up to 2. If we didn't give anybody time off at all, and we just locked her down, we can make it with 1.
Yeah, I don't think
I'm afraid things would really, now, Jackie can tell you, Lieutenant Smith can tell you that really cracking down on time off and falling within the limits of the contract. In the last 2 pay periods, we've reduced overtime really immensely. And that is really following the letter of the law and saying, no, I'm sorry, you didn't ask in time. And I hate to be that guy, but it really has helped improve what we've used in the last 2 pay periods. Interestingly enough, one more thing on our reason for overtime from the beginning of the fiscal year, October 1st until January 6th. We have some really minor reasons. The majority of our money spent on overtime is listed as short staff. That means somebody calls in or somebody's on holiday or on vacation and they're not there. Since October 1st, almost $20,000 of overtime has been spent on the reason code short staff. To compare that, holiday overtime, the holidays that have fallen since October 1st, and you have the Christmases and the New Year's and everything else, was $14,000. So it cost us more for short staff than it did for all the holidays since October. Will two people eventually curve that number down? Yeah, it will. As long as we really keep our commitment to focusing and tightening up that overtime a little bit. Now do we have questions?
I think we understand what the challenge is. It's gonna be about, looking at our own budgets. We have and I don't know how much this will play into it, but we're assembling a taxation board right now to make recommendations. Be curious to see what comes out of that. We can't just pull it out of the hat. I see that our general fund is less than $1 million right now, which is going to be a question when we come up to the administrator's report. It's going to be all about where the money comes from, right?
It is, and my biggest concerns, and what we hear in the 3 current lawsuits we have, 2 of the 3, what is mentioned there every time is supervision and training. And I'm concerned about liability. Since the last meeting, since this discussion began, since we had the staffing analysis, we've been riding it out without that increase. And we've had the 2 people on the night. I just want to say we have to be very cautious about liability, because I can push it 2 more weeks without any other events happening, or tonight it could happen with the 2 people on. That's what scares me about this.
And I want to respond to that too. There's frankly just not time to wait for the tax advisory committee. We have to act now for the jail. Because it is expiring or it has expired with this last levy. And I really want to get that on the August ballot. And so there's just not going to be time for the advisory committee to make any recommendation on the jail itself. We're going to have to act a little sooner on that. We still have yet to receive an applicant for that at-large position in the community. So until we get somebody even interested, we can't even technically call the advisory committee together. So we're really going to have to act on the jail as a standalone, unfortunately.
I can get you somebody to sit on that committee.
Please have them turn in an application.
I assumed our chair was working on it, quite frankly. But, and don't misunderstand me. I'm fully committed to making sure that you guys have the resources you need. I didn't realize we were shooting for an August ballot.
Well, we have, there's 4 things on the ballot this year, and I don't want to shove them all in November. So I'd like 2 on August and 2 on November.
Strategically, I think that makes sense.
Exactly. And I'm hoping for the jail in August.
I'm looking at this, that we need basically $200,000 more in their budget to cover the 2 people.
Well, more than that, because you got to
More
think
than
of,
that?
you're gonna have to think of inflation. I mean, there's everything, cost of doing business is
Yeah,
also
but
going
that's
up.
off.
So.
But
and
I'm just
jail-
looking at
Grand Traverse
you have a
inmate numbers are
minimum-
going down.
what you would ask to bump that up.
So if we're using a conservative increase in taxable value of the 5%, which seems to be the trend based on all the change notices I've received, our taxable value is going to increase to about $1.7 billion. You do the math on that, a 1.4 millage is going to result in about $2.4 million in millage dollars. 1.5 is going to be about 2.58. Right now, the millage is bringing in just over $2 million. So if you bump it up to a 2.4, considering that Grand Traverse numbers are continuing to decrease, they're still utilizing us, but it's not like it was, over
I
the
wouldn't
last
even
year.
count on that at all.
Well, that's.
Your
already a
your
lot.
1.4,
I would ignore that completely.
your 1.4 should be a safe with a tiny bit of wiggle room.
That makes more sense to me right now.
1.5 is too much.
Yeah. But counting on Grand Traverse is like counting state, good for 1 or 2 days, and then who knows what'll happen. Yeah. I think that's, if you're gonna go in August, I think that's, I mean, more realistic way to doing it.
So I'm
Current
still,
millage at?
the current millage is 1.229. So if you did a straight renewal on the 1.229 with the conservative, 5% increase in taxable value, your estimate is 2.11 million in millage revenue, which is less than $1 million or less than $100,000 increase. Which, as we know, that's not gonna work. So it's gonna have to be an increase unless you plan to give from the general fund. But if you wanna look at all my chicken scratch, notes that I have right here, staying status quo in the general fund, we're only looking at a $270,000 increase next year. So there's really not a lot of wiggle room to give to the jail from the general fund based on that increase. So you're I don't want to say but you're kind of stuck.
I think the 1.4 is conservative enough and it would sell a lot easier to the public. If we don't really see an issue with this, because it's a renewal.
I was saying it's not a renewal, it's an increase. Yeah.
And this community is really good at supporting renewals. I don't think this is much over, especially you said we were 1.229.
Yep, 1.229 as it
Really
stands.
a whole lot.
And a 1.4000.
And I just want to make a comment under Sheriff, and Lieutenant. Thank you for being responsive to questions that I've had. And I heard in your report, Greg, giving explanation about how you crunch the numbers with the hours and everything and explaining that. And I know you really did your due diligence on that and looked at those. And I appreciate giving us the comparisons on that.
Well, it's certainly not without both the help of Susie Mills and without
The whole
without the
gang, I know,
county
team.
administrator. So I can't pull that from
Yeah,
myself.
But I appreciate it
Thank you.
with clarity on
Those
that.
changes, when do we have that?
If I remember correctly, isn't it like the first week of May or something that the
I
ballot
think
is
it's like May
language is due?
13th or May 9th, something like that.
Yeah, so we'll plan to, probably, well, if you guys seem okay today, I'll bring it back at the next board meeting. Otherwise, it would be one of the April meetings. We have to approve a resolution, no matter where the millage is, to get it on for the August ballot. We have 3 meetings after today to approve a resolution of ballot language.
Katie, if we were to get a recommendation for a public safety millage, we would still have the jail millage, right?
Not necessarily. No,
That's part of my hesitation is I really don't know where we're going with this yet.
if we can get that tax advisory committee, all those folks brought together, statute says the first meeting has to be called within 10 days of that committee being fully formed. Once it gets started, it'll probably go fairly quickly with their discussions and recommendations. We just can't call that first meeting until the committee is officially established. We still don't have that person. But maybe or maybe not. I don't know. I mean, it could include the jail. Maybe it doesn't include the jail. I don't know. If it included the jail, I mean, you're going to need at least $5 million for public safety. So then you're looking at probably about a 3.33 mil for public safety, based on my notes here.
But we'd be reducing the operating.
You
millage.
could reduce the operating though, yes. So if you went for a public safety based on the numbers that I wrote out today, you'd need about a 3.33 mil or mills for a public safety millage, and that would include basically all the sheriff's functions, road patrol, jail, those sorts of, that'd be about what you'd need based on today's numbers.
I think realistically, we need to focus on the jail millage right now. That is down the road
Yeah.
to me.
And immediate.
This need seems pretty important.
Well, and given the timing, I mean, yeah, we don't have a ton of time to really work that out.
Right.
Yeah.
So are you telling me the proposed millage rate would be?
About 3.33. So using our general fund as it stands now, 3.3378, based on my estimate of tax bill value for 24-25, that would bring in about 5.7 million. So about 3.33 alone would bring in about that 5 million. And based on road patrol, the jail, those different operations, it's about a $5 million budget.
What about the jail, the operating millage?
Oh, the jail itself, 1.4000.
And currently it's
1.229.
what is that? $160,000, $200,000 difference?
No, it's about, well, do you want me to use next year's estimated numbers or taxable value as it stands?
I'm
Next year?
sure use
About $300,000.
about 300,000.
Mm-hmm. That would account for 2 additional staff, cost of doing business. We are also in a bargaining year, so we have to factor in wages. That would account for all of those things.
A little frustrated that we can't do longer term planning on this, but I realize we have a more immediate need.
My fear of holding it off until November and asking for an increase could result in bad.
It's
So-
going to be head to head with other needs.
I am hearing, yes, okay.
Well, what is it that you're looking for from us today?
Nothing other than kind of a general nod, and I'll prepare a resolution for one of our next meetings.
A general nod.
Oh,
So
We really drill down on this at our next study session, all these numbers that were thrown out today, and have it in some sort of something we can consider and take home and look at and sit with. And
Before adoption of a jail resolution millage or at the same time?
I would say at the same time.
Okay.
I would say, I mean, I don't speak for everyone.
So next meeting, I'll prepare a resolution, but also have all my chicken scratch memorialized for the study session that afternoon.
I would like to
Yes.
see it.
Is that, okay?
so I
So
guess,
that'll be
Because
the
we get
plan
that ahead.
of action. I'm hearing general nods.
yeah, just for the record, I guess what we're instructing is that you move forward with the anticipation of identifying what the need is to fund the jail operations at what should we call it, an operational level or whatever, but so you know what you're dealing with.
I guess I'm a little, there was a memo that was handed out at our last meeting saying that there was wiggle room identified within the budget that could possibly be drawn in a little bit. Is there a consensus that that was inaccurate? Because what I'm hearing today is there is no room to,
The amount of room there is minimal. It's not enough to withstand even a half a person.
Probably at 35 to 40% of a person.
Yeah.
And that's a rough estimate.
and let me ask this, if this move were approved in the very near future, do you have candidates ready to fill those roles?
We do. We just completed interviews and out of those interviews, we have 3 individuals that I would give offers tomorrow. One, the reason we have 3 candidates, that's all we got out of the interviews, or 3 that we would hire. And we have a sergeant retiring very soon, and we'll have to replace that person, and then 2 openings. So we do have 3 candidates that have been interviewed. Currently backgrounds are going on and they're ready to rock.
But the only issue with that is this millage money doesn't levy till the following winter. So there's a gap there.
And the millage is a great long-term solution. If we get that millage and it levies in the following year, that fills the gap. But what we're really looking at is a gap fill between now and then.
That might be general fund to just get it started, I would think.
Perhaps, yeah. So I have my marching orders, so I'm good if they're good. I think we're good.
Any other questions for me? All right, thank you again.
Thank you guys for all your diligence.
thank you.
I don't know yet.
I was gonna bring that up. Maybe it's not.
I think we'll talk. We can talk.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Sheriff.
If I could, before we move on, Katie, could you remind me again what the qualifications are for that at-large position?
Not be affiliated with government at any level, but live in Benzie County.
What if they're currently serving on a committee for the county?
They're affiliated with the government.
Okay, all right. So if they're already appointed to something, that disqualifies them.
That's my interpretation as well as Matt Nordfjord's. So it's really gotta be, it's gotta be somebody who's not affiliated, not involved with the government, and also not a direct relative, so a husband, a wife.
Eliminates the whole county.
I said there's 2.5 people. So it's really gotta be somebody who's kind of off on their own island in the county that hasn't really paid attention to the county or the city or, you know.
Hasn't paid attention, ouch. Well, with the chair's permission, I'm gonna go ahead and aggressively seek somebody.
I just am gonna say it, I struggle moving on from this topic based on what the undersheriff said. I guess I would want to be assured that we're in a position, I mean, you can't make any guarantees, but if we've identified a problem where our staff is not safe and we're moving on to discuss this in 2 weeks, I'm having difficulty with that. Is there a remedy that can be put in place that satisfies that would give a benefit, and we know at a cost, because this doesn't come without a cost. Is there a Band-Aid we can put on this to some degree until we are ready to make a solid decision? Would one position being filled?
Well, they're working on the replacement of the retiring person. They have tweaked schedules for safety. Safety's at top of mind. I mean, it really is.
So if, just, let me just throw this out here. If we were told today by you folks, go ahead and hire 2 people, get those people coming, it would take us,
Couple months.
yes,
Okay,
we have
Yeah,
to do background check.
Yeah.
all right, I didn't
So that-
understand that, maybe you all did.
That's still not an immediate effect.
Mhm.
The only way we can really immediately affect this is to increase our overtime and say, we're gonna fill these shifts
Yeah.
and make people work or ask people to work that to make those bodies be put in that seat for that time. That's the immediate.
Yeah.
That's the only really immediate way we can do this.
So they really are doing everything they can with officer safety in mind. They really are.
I appreciate
There
that.
really isn't much of an immediate fix to this, just given the circumstances.
And although our dispatch center has, the folks are downstairs now dispatching, they are still monitoring. I know they're not literally across the doorway like they used to be, but they are monitoring. And there's a potential that if something happens, they may be on top of that to put things in motion, i.e. call the road guys in or whatever. So there are safety and security measures sort of in place.
Mhm.
It's just not a foolproof and a guarantee at this point.
Any other comments, questions before we move forward?
We're not in a liability issue. I guess that's the gist of what I got out of you.
We're doing our best to
Liability and
ensure the,
safety
Okay,
are the
yeah.
two.
yeah,
They're
we're doing our
already-
best to mitigate
Already
that.
operating under those conditions. We're trying to improve it, but we've got to find the money and, you know, I'll discuss that. I'll ask for more discussion under the administrator's report.
How about we take a short break before we move on to new business? Be back in 6, 7 minutes, 10, 20.
You're unmuted.
Yeah.
We're back in session.
I'm gonna tell you what, so.
Under new business, item A, consider approving change order for lower level construction project.
Alrighty, so as Rebecca spoke this morning, we're nearing completion. We have a temporary occupancy of the lower level. This change order is the only change order you've seen because this is a kind of a last minute unexpected increase to the project. So this has to deal with the DTE gas. They call it water pressure, even though it's gas, something like that. So we have to have regulators installed in the system because the pressure needed for the generator is much higher than the pressure needed for the other appliances. And if we don't have these regulators in place, that high pressure is going to push through and then destroy the other appliances. So these regulators will allow the higher pressure to the generator and then regulate lower pressure to the other items that need the gas.
I guess my only question would be, usually in projects like this, there's a contingency fund.
You never authorized a contingency.
We didn't approve a contingency with
I've
this
been
one.
able to stay within the budget that was approved, which it did not allow. You
So
know,
this will officially put it.
you're putting me over the budget. Or I'm sorry, this will put me over the budget. I've been able to stay within. And in fact, I was hoping that I would actually be like $1,000 below because I was able to stay within. This project kind of was not foreseen. What it is, we now have 2 generators
Mhm.
running off the same DTE meter. When they go to, if you think about the worst case scenario, when we lose power and we need to come up, they both are gonna wanna start at the same time. The water column that is needed, the pressure that is needed to start 2 generators at the same time.
Will
Even
blow up
within
other
the
things.
specs is a little off. We didn't pass inspection. Ours did not start within 8 seconds. So we've done some modifications to try to do that. The best thing to do would be to increase the water column, which is in your brain, just like some gas pressure. However, because it's an old building, by increasing the gas pressure at the meter, we have to replace the meter. DTE is going to take care of that. That's not the issue. But if we increase the outflow of the meter, we have all these other appliances that now then have to be back dialed down, otherwise we just would blow them out. And if that makes sense to you, water, as far as people who have any knowledge of heating appliances and gas and things,
This isn't really something we can negotiate or forego.
I can't.
No.
I'm gonna make the motion that we authorize a change order to the Grant Travers construction contract for the lower level expansion project in a total amount of $13,705.20 with funds available from the capital fund, authorizing the chair to sign.
Support.
And we do have the money available in the capital fund without jeopardizing other projects.
Correct. So some of the other things that we've worked on within the capital fund have come under budget. And so this is okay.
And the contingency that might be allowed in some of the other parts of the project, like the lower level, obviously we could absorb it. We don't want to count on it though. So I apologize. I really, really tried to stay within.
She did an amazing job managing this project.
I almost got.
Don't let it eat her up.
$1,500 back until this.
Right.
Rebecca, speaking for myself, I got a lot of confidence in you.
Yeah.
You don't need to defend it.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
There is a motion and support. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Sauer,
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Item B, consider approving reclassification results for the prosecutor's office.
Good morning.
Morning.
So one of the initiatives we had was to go through the classification process with all non-union, non-elected. The next one up was the prosecuting attorney's office, which affected the victim's advocate and the prosecutor office secretary. The combined total would be $6,066.65 for the two. The victim's advocate position increased significantly, and then the secretary position increased slightly for an overall total of the $6,000 rough dollars.
We also, as part of this, would like to change that secretary term to administrative assistant. We're trying to do that across the board. Secretary is very archaic. So
Mhm.
we're working on changing those titles as well.
I thought this would be the perfect time to do that.
Perfect.
And this stays within their budget, is that correct?
Well, the 6 grand would come from contingency and then the budget requirements would be addressed during the budget season for the 24-25 fiscal year.
Contingency from the prosecutor's budget?
No, we earmarked $100,000 for this reclassification project during the budget season of the current fiscal year. So it would be taken from that contingency.
So the individual departments don't have contingency within the general fund. We have one general fund contingency that would apply to the different departments as needed. So Sarah doesn't have contingency, I don't have contingency, and so forth. You'll recall during budgeting, we had over $500,000 we set aside into contingency. We earmarked $100,000 for this wage evaluations, which we've been working through. Sarah's was next, Tammy's is the following one. So the money comes from that set aside amount.
Have we committed any of that 100,000 yet?
The
Um,
last classification of district court.
How much was that for?
Roughly 23,000.
Okay, so we have 75,000 left.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, correct.
And this one's just over 6,000.
And the 23,000 would be the largest one, so it's should go down every time. This, I would say between 6 and 10 is what we're gonna generally see over the next reclassifications. That first one was just, they didn't even have a pay scale at all. So that was the largest one, I believe.
Mhm.
So Jackie, you're taking this on internally to look at what needs to be corrected, but you're also comparing to similar sized municipalities, right? To see where we fall wage wise.
Correct. The initial pay scales is where I did the comparisons, and then this is through the reclassification. We'll do one where I do a reclassification, the supervisor does a reclassification as well as the employee does one. And then we take the average and I use that score to determine where they are on the pay scale.
And that ultimately sets us in like employment comparisons, not at the top, not at the bottom, but above middle.
Yes.
Would you say in general?
Yes, current classification is pushing us towards the top, which I know where we were anticipating being. Because we've been so far behind in recent years, I think that is the best way to go, because I anticipate over the next few years, neighboring or comparables is going to be pushing up higher. So we don't want to be ahead and then all of a sudden be in the back again. So I think it's better to be towards the top than the middle, because I anticipate neighboring comparables are going to be doing quite large jumps.
And just for the benefit of the public, these are not adds to staff. These are just reclassifications.
Correction, yep, correct. And to prevent further increases, all step increases will be deferred until the 24-25 fiscal year.
For further benefit to the public, I know many municipalities who have paid to have this service provided to them, bringing outside companies to do this work, and our internal HR staff has taken this on, and so much appreciation to you for that.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Obviously.
Is there any other questions?
Guess my question is, it's sustainable. Once you do this stuff, you have to look at what we've done in the past.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't get a headly reset, is it sustainable?
So, one, this actually helps us with budgeting in general, because we can look at a scale and say, okay, this is what we need to budget for wages. So from a longevity standpoint, this helps us tremendously. Yes, at this point it is, but in 10 years, no. So we're gonna have, but no matter what we
The
do,
thing I
whether we
always
don't give
worry about
increases is, we're gonna
We
have
go
to,
to the position we have to lay some,
correct.
and I feel that the way we've been spending, we're headed down that road.
Mm-hmm.
So
So as
anyway,
you'll-
just wanted to throw it out there.
Yeah, yeah. So, as I've talked about until I'm blue in the face, yes, we've spent a lot of money. We can all account for that. But the majority and bulk of that money has been ARPA dollars spent on one-time things. We really have not spent a ton of our normal money.
This is
On
not one-time spending. This is
operating.
continued Spending that,
This is, yes.
escalates every year. And
Yes.
I'm not saying it's not appropriate. But my job is to support
Mhm.
the community that pays the freight.
Sustaining, obviously.
Our people.
The service.
Yeah.
And the victim advocate. That's a constant. Required to have it. I think if Karen left, yeah, I could. Currently. Yeah.
Well, when Mrs. Bruce used to run, that was part-time. So
I think a lot
I've
has
seen,
changed.
I see how
Well,
it
yeah.
expands.
And I think a lot can
Government
change. in that
continues to
community.
grow, so.
Yeah. And I think we're
just-
providing, it's amazing. I think we provide much better services now than we had.
Agreed. In many counties, like Sarah said, it is statutory. And when I reached out to all of our comparable counties and asked for the various positions and what they're paying and such. And the trend is moving victim advocates towards full-time. We're kind of ahead of the curve on that because we see the value in what it does for our folks in our community. They were all part-time at one point, but the trend is most counties are moving them to full-time because they really do see the benefit of that for their community.
You know, it's actions like this that supports what I've been saying now for a number of years. The demographics have changed, the needs have changed in our community.
Absolutely.
Gary, when the caution that I put out is we'll say, well, you know, we always did that with a half person. Well, that was then.
Mhm.
And, you know, if we could, I suppose we could ask our prosecutor to come in and break down for me, how many were you doing over the last 5 years? Has there been an increase? And we did something like that last fall when you brought your budget request in.
Mhm.
We just have to be alert to it. That's one of the reasons why we're looking at the operating millage,
Mhm.
because the needs and the expectations of the communities is changing, and you
Right.
can't do it and have your budget that what you're taxing at it stay at the same rate. It's in conflict with each other.
Absolutely.
Large part. Track also. Quarterly.
Sure.
I
So-
think we're finding balance between the services and the expectations and the economics of it. So
Mhm.
Well, and I think there's something to be said
Fortunate.
about retaining the employees we have because
Mhm.
there's a large cost with overturn. So if we can prevent overturn and keep the employees we have, I would advocate for that all day.
Well, and again, that
Yeah.
goes back to what we've been discussing. It's, you know, 10 years ago, it wasn't as challenging to find employees as it is today.
Absolutely.
Today, you know, like when I first moved up here 25 plus years ago, was have to pay for a view of the bay. That doesn't apply anymore.
Mm-mm.
You've got to be competitive across the board. And it's a lot cheaper to retain people than it is to go out and hire new people.
Yes.
and train.
Challenge of our jobs aren't flexible hours. Want to be here open, and I think younger generation.
Flexibility.
Flexible
Yeah.
hours. We just can't offer that. That's something.
It's a transition time.
Yeah.
And
And
that's,
as you shared with us at the budget time, now that we have this public defender's office, there's more activity in your office.
Right.
It's just, we can't get away from it. I just, Gary, I'm with you. I'd love to be able to cut taxes if I could.
Well, all I see is continued government growth. That's a concern to me.
And
You guys
service.
know it.
and
Well,
service.
there's services and there's requirements. And I won't go there.
You know, that's a great observation. And for another discussion, maybe sometime the administrator can share with us, where is our employee count today versus last year versus 5 years ago?
Sure.
I'm going to bet that there's not a large increase in employee count. And because I understand what you're saying about unnecessary growth in government. I'm all about smaller government, but I'm willing to lay some money out that says we haven't grown our employment base that much.
I
Well,
think
if at
another
all.
observation with those numbers in addition is how do similar sized municipalities, how are we providing the same services with the number of people we are when we continue to roll back and don't have the ability to reset our general operating fund? What does that comparison look like? How are they providing this? What's their budget to provide those services when they get to renew their general operating fund every 5 years? and can reset that and have a bigger pot with which to provide those services.
Right.
That comparison would be interesting to me too.
I can tell you one of our comparisons, general operating was voted down last November and they had to cut they cut various departments that were non-statutory.
So the renewal was voted down.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And
Maybe
that's,
something this board has to look at in the future. Who knows?
Yeah.
Just my concern, and you know it, taxpayer.
We'll get those numbers to you. I know just going through with budgeting and looking at different renewals, we really have not grown that much over the last 20 years as far as an employee count goes. I mean, we've grown, but not how you
Your
think.
office was right down to nothing. Or
I heard, yeah.
So,
And I heard that went real
there
well
was a
for
little
you.
growth.
well,
It's better service. Yeah.
well, and also
like
it was
people
down
like
to
me.
nothing, but that didn't mean that's where we should be.
Exactly.
You know, it's just budget constraints caused that to happen.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we don't have to outsource doing compensation studies.
Nope.
Because we have somebody here. When you have an HR person, I'm gonna guarantee you that your retention rate is higher because there's a place for employees to go.
Exactly.
The environment's changed. It's just not what it was 20 years ago.
I
Mhm.
agree.
Well said.
I'm going to go ahead and make the motion that the Board of Commissioners approve the wage increases for the above listed positions with the corresponding name change from the prosecutor office secretary to administrative assistant. The county administrator is to complete the budget adjustment of $6,066.65 from contingency to the corresponding wage line with the wage increases to take effect on March 3rd, 2024, with no step increases to occur until the 24-25 fiscal year on each of the employees' anniversary.
Marky will support.
I'm sorry, what'd you say again?
Long-winded.
Well, you said.
And these figures only account for basically 9 months.
Correct.
The remaining of this fiscal.
Well, in the administrative assistant position was a minimal increase. Was probably 30 cents an hour. So that one
Yeah,
is.
she didn't make out too well.
Well, I think
I think any
appropriately.
increase to
I mean-
anybody is making out better than that.
Yeah.
I mean, any increase.
Well, I'll
And now
stay
she's
out
on a
of
pay
this.
scale.
Mm,
No, your opinion's valuable, Gary.
Mhm.
absolutely.
Well, I'm concerned. Well, this job has stability where other jobs don't by a long shot. Make the wrong mistake in a different job and you're looking for work and
Actually, these positions are non-union, not elected. So
but
technically
they're very stable.
they are.
You have good retirement, you have a good insurance thing. There's a lot of things here that you don't get in the private sector.
Mhm.
And I just sometimes feel that
Could
it's
be
not
argued
really
both
well
ways.
appreciated. So anyway,
Oh,
let's vote on it. Get
keep
it.
in
mean,
mind
from
that
a-
we're
from
not
a-
talking,
For our employees, I know they appreciate what they have, and I think this is a way to show we appreciate them. So I think it's important to go through this process and
Well, you can tell by the stability of your people.
mhm,
If they're here for 20, 25
Sure.
years, you know darn well they enjoy what they're doing and they have a good environment that they're making decent wage, I guess is how I
No,
look at it.
and pride in their service, so
Right.
they do.
Mhm.
well, and
Executive assistants.
it's,
Administrative.
Yeah. Administrative. Yeah.
Well,
I like
that
to
was
say.
before they changed
Yeah.
names.
And so what you're saying, Gary, I appreciate, and I wish that everybody we hired would stay for 25 years. And some will, absolutely.
Oh, sure.
But we are definitely in this change in society where people
Transition.
don't stay. And so we have to keep that in mind as well when we're evaluating these things, because most people don't stay for 25 years anymore. It's just not how that next generation likes the world. They're
Just
very,
saying government jobs, they do. Maybe a lot of private sector, they do move on. You have a lot more stability here than. Better shut me up. I quit.
So,
So there has been a motion and a second.
You don't.
You really don't. There is not really stability with working with elected officials.
But, I'm sorry.
I said there really is not stability with elected officials because they can hire whoever they want. And when they leave, that next person can hire whoever they want.
Oh, say
And
it's
so
open
we're
to the
lucky
public and vote it
here.
out, too, so.
Yeah, we're very lucky here that there is a lot of stability in the elected offices, but it's not that way in most other counties. Yeah.
so we'll get back to the item in front of us. There is a
All right,
motion
yeah.
and support and support. Hearing no further discussion, roll call, please.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Janai,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes,
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Sauer.
apprehensive, but I'll go yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll have the county clerks for next meeting as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item C, consider approving combined Brownfield Redevelopment Authority and Economic Development Corporation Master Bylaws.
In 2017, the Board of Commissioners took action to combine those two boards. It made sense for Benzie County because we're small and we don't have a lot of activity to have, 17 volunteers who rarely meet. And so it made complete sense. Since 2017, master bylaws have never been created for that combined board. And so the combined group really tasked my office with putting those together. And so that's what's in front of you. It did go back before the committee or the authority, and they gave their blessing. And so now it comes to you for final approval. You'll notice that their master bylaws, there is a section that really applies to both, but then there is the appendixes that apply specifically to the two different functions because they do have widely different functions in some ways. I did not recreate the wheel. Surprisingly, there are many combined EDC and BRA boards around the state of Michigan, and some of them even throw in their TIF advisory boards as well. So I took most of this from others, which have been tried and true. I also factored in our individual bylaws that we had, just kind of married them all together. Legal has looked at this and signed off on it as well. So you're kind of the final step.
Yeah, this has been in front of the EDC also.
Mhm.
And Katie's comment, we've been working on this. Mitch started it and then we had to pick up the ball. And Gary, in contrast to our last discussion, you talk about growth of government. Well, this is shrinking government
Yeah.
because we combined these
You know,
two groups.
Sure, when you did it.
Yeah.
It was the TIF.
We don't have a TIF,
We-
but
I would like
other
to.
No, I
other
mean,
agencies
did,
have one.
Would this board be an advisory group on the TIFs or no?
So yeah, so as part of the brownfield, the different brownfield programs and such, that's part of the conversation, the TIFs and the brownfields, the grant, that's part of the whole conversation. And then based on how they recommend, it would come forward to you guys, but they do speak TIF at this committee.
I'm gonna make the motion
That's a
that the
good-
commissioners approve the EDC and Brownfield Redevelopment Authority bylaws as recommended and approved by the board on January 19th of 24.
I
will
support.
I support.
Oh,
You'll
wow.
support? Okay.
I like the Brownfield.
Gary, quick
There's a
here.
motion and support.
One question, just Gary's comment prompted a question for me, Katie. So if a TIF came forward for the county and the EDC BRA did not recommend it, could they still come before this board? Does it require a recommendation to move forward?
Yeah, not yes and no. It can still come before this board. The Brownfield EDC could say this is a horrible idea. But it would still come before this board if asked, and then this board could overturn, but it's very muddy.
This board would act as the appeal process.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
thank you.
And Kitty, I only had one question. I had circled casual work, but I think you answered it
Where?
by saying up in the description. It says, since then, there has been casual work
Oh,
done on.
yeah.
It's because you combined and drew from other sources, right?
Well, no, since 2017, the groups and administration have been casually, like here and there, working on creating these combined bylaws. And then they tasked me with it 6-ish months ago, and I just got it done because it's been 7 years.
Okay.
So
just
I
did
say
not-
casual, as in
Okay.
like here and there working on it.
Yeah, kind of impromptu.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay,
This
thank
is,
you.
this is all part of updating a lot of our policies and
Mhm.
modernizing them and.
Yep.
Ready, motion and support. Roll call, please.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
motion carried.
Item D, consider extending the fire fieldwork services agreement for equalization.
Brianne is here to answer any questions that you may have. As you know, last year we went in the direction of contracting field work. We used to perform it in-house, but we don't really have that staff right now. And as we've learned through contracting with Dr. Holly, who I will say did a really good job, many counties are moving this direction of contracting this service. So Dr. Mark Holly has agreed to extend his contract for 2 years if this board is okay with that. We did do the official RFP process last year and chose Dr. Holly. You all kind of know my rhythm. If it's a 1 year, I choose to extend without doing the RFP if there's no glaring issues and if they do a great job. And so that's what we're recommending to move forward.
And Brianne, I saw in your suggestion that you totally support
I do,
this.
yep.
Okay.
He did really good work.
Okay.
Question?
You the guy that sent me a letter last year, I think.
Yes, yep.
Yeah, I'm not gonna vote for him. Anyway.
Oh, wow.
What would you-
I guess I'm a little confused on this. Isn't it the local assessor supposed to be doing some of this too, or no?
So each township has their assessor who will go out
Right.
and they usually inspect 20% of the properties, and that's for their township, for their assessment role. Mark's purpose is to do the field work for our appraising.
County?
Yep, so the appraising actually for our studies. So for our equalization studies, we just will have a separate person that will actually go out and do the field work for us for just our studies.
He was doing the field work last year, I guess.
Mhm.
Right, yep,
So,
Yep.
okay.
but it's specifically only for the county. It doesn't have anything that to do with the township.
Did Tom used to do this?
No,
Did we,
I did.
you did it?
Yep,
Knocked on my door too.
yeah, I did.
But in her new role as director, she really doesn't have that
Right.
bandwidth.
Right.
Which is why we're contracting it out.
Mhm.
We did recruit for this position for quite some time.
We did. Yeah.
And we were unsuccessful. And that's why we went the contracting route because we were unsuccessful in obtaining that person. But the contracting route really is beneficial for us. We did fill that third position in the office, but with that administrative assistant secretarial level, because there's a lot of data entry and work to do in the office. And so we have that third person for the work in the office. We just don't have that bandwidth for the field work piece of it anymore.
I'm confused. Is our staffing levels any different there today than they were 5 years ago?
Still 3 people.
5 years ago, we were able to do it in-house and now we can't.
Yeah, so you have to have a specific level of licensing through the state to do this. So while we have 3 people, the licensing is the issue. And so Brianne does have that licensure, but her bandwidth as director does not allow for all this time out in the field.
I would usually spend an entire summer into the fall out in the field almost every day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you couldn't reorganize your work so that you put whatever you're doing that's
No.
roadblocking you now, you put it on some of your staff so you could do it?
No.
No, no, I really, I think my staff, they're doing a great job, but that aspect is pretty specific to my position.
Mhm.
As far as field work goes, I believe we could always move forward in the future to perhaps,
Right?
bringing this back in-house, but within a year's time, we won't be able to get them trained up on the actual inspection process.
I mean, I understand the need to bridge that.
Yep.
But from my perspective, what I just heard you say is, we don't have the talent that we used to have.
Oh.
We don't have the capabilities.
Okay,
Yeah.
use the word capability.
Yes.
But 3 years ago, we did.
Mhm. But you'll also recall we were in the middle of a corrective action plan because we thought we did and we really didn't.
Is there the opportunity to, within the next couple of years, move this back in-house so we don't have this expense?
No.
Nobody in the department wants to get the license, or is that
That's
an issue?
that's conversations for outside of a public meeting.
I did have one question, Brianne. on the contract, it says here in number 2, the county agrees to reasonably cooperate with the contractor in providing direction and data needed to complete the tasks. Can
Mhm.
you
So,
clarify that a little bit?
yeah, so Mark and I actually have had a conversation already. He's really good at getting back with us. We do provide our database to him, so he will actually see what we have had in the past.
Okay.
We also are talking about, usually we can prepare a compiled township database, which will be helpful for him because when you go out and you do an inspection, it's very helpful to know what's actually on the roll at that point.
So that will save time for him as a
Yes, yep.
contractor.
And so we're trying to be more efficient. Yep. And that way, when it comes to the end of the year, our studies, they're done sooner. So,
Okay, so with that coordination, I can see that even though it's a contractor, or at least this is my understanding,
yep.
that it will be saving time, which is saving money because of the coordination. Mm,
As it actually, if he was doing it completely separately and we weren't really cooperating with them, I think it would take a lot more time. But I think the constant communication, usually it helps us, me saying, hey, can you get to this section of the county first? There are sections of the county which will take more time. So usually when you see what's going to be going on to the study list, you can kind of tell them where to go first. And he is from downstate. He does travel to Traverse City often. So he's becoming more familiar with the area. And I'll tell you that he only had good things to say about Benzie County. He said everyone was so nice. He was very,
And stop him.
well, but yeah, so we work together. And like I said, we're going to make it more efficient.
So in the grand scheme, which I think maybe you're trying to get to, in the grand scheme, this is an added cost because we still have those 3 people, and while they're on a lower pay scale, and entry level positions, there's still an added cost, but not the full 24 because of the differences in pay. So paying that field work level person versus that entry level position, there's a difference there. So it is an added cost in the grand scheme of it, but not as much as an added cost as an additional person.
Okay.
I don't know what other questions you have.
Okay.
What I'm hearing is not what I want to hear. We have less competencies in the equalization department today than we did 3 to 5 years ago.
Art, I'd invite you to come to my office after the meeting to discuss that further, please.
So let's talk about budget for a moment, okay? Because I'm struggling with this from a management perspective. If I just heard you say that even though we're contracting this out, our cost of doing business there doesn't really change because the people that we have in the department are making less than what we had when Tom was there.
Yes.
So of this $25,000, just a best guess, how much more does that bump up our cost of business, or doesn't it bump up our cost of business at all if you think about what was happening when Tom was there?
Let me pull up payroll real quick because I can't recall off the top of my head what we were paying.
I tell you what, I take you at your word, but I do want to have this discussion.
Yes, we can
Okay.
talk after the meeting about this. Overall, there's a little extra. I can't give you those exact numbers without looking them up. I'm sorry.
And granted, this is not a bullet to you, all right?
Okay.
But what I'm hearing, and I'm not sure that I'm hearing it correctly,
Mhm.
but what I'm hearing is that we're not managing as well the employees as we should be because we don't have the competencies there. For me, I'm going to go back to.
No. They're very competent staff in that office. And while, yes, we were managing it in-house, Benzie County was so far in the hole at the State Tax Commission that put us into a corrective action plan that we spent thousands of dollars to get out. So if they were actually managing it correctly in the past, we probably couldn't have done it in-house.
So that corrective action plan, this is part of what the problem was?
Yes.
I see.
So
we really
Brienne-
weren't doing it.
Brienne is managing her director position much better than the prior director. That is why she can't go in the field anymore.
Okay. All right. And again, I'm not here to lob grenades at you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when we were under corrective action, this was a big part of it?
This, accuracies, deadlines, various things, but yes.
Submissions.
Report
Okay.
submissions, keeping up on the calendar, which is very stringent, the accuracy of all the numbers, the compilation of townships into the counties and that accuracy. It was a wide range of things, from the state that they said was inadequate. And so if the office would have been functioning at the adequate level so that we didn't lead ourselves into a corrective action plan, I don't know if they could have done this in-house and had been successful.
Okay. All right, no, I appreciate the correction.
Someone willing to make a motion?
I will make the motion on that. The Board of Commissioners approves a 2-year agreement with Dr. Mark Ali, complete appraisal service in the total annual amount of $24,500. Such agreement subject to approval as it's formed by legal counsel and authorizes the chair to sign.
Markey will support.
There's a motion and support. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Kurnat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes.
motion carried.
Thank you.
Item E, thank you, Brian.
Yeah, thank you.
Establish ad hoc interview committee for Central Wellness.
So we have 2 terms on the Central Wellness Board, which are expiring, Don Tanner and Paula McLean. We have advertised for these positions for quite some time now. We've received no interested applications. So you have 2 motions in front of you. You can choose which one to adopt. One is to simply reappoint both Mr. Tanner and Ms. McLean. They've both indicated they'd like that. The other one is to establish an ad hoc interview committee, and that committee could do additional recruitment for the positions on that committee.
Tim and Rhonda both serve on that, right?
We do.
Okay. Your thoughts on it, please?
We're lucky to have those folks serving.
I was gonna say, yeah, they both bring a lot to the board. They both have a lot of insight and a lot of history.
And I,
Both are excellent candidates.
I spoke with Chip and he was more than anxious to keep him on board. You want to make the motion?
I would like to make that motion.
It's the first one.
First one, yeah.
No, I'm on Mark Roper, Vince Edwards. Hold
No,
on.
I'll make the motion. The Board of Commissioners reappoint Donald Tanner and Paula McLean to a 3-year term expiring March 31st, 2027 on the Manistee Benzie Central Wellness Board.
And I will second.
Motion and support. Further discussion? Hearing none. Roll call, please.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Kurnat,
Yes.
motion carried.
Item F, establish ad hoc interview committee for the Land Bank Authority.
Same with the Land Bank Authority. We, on this committee have 3 positions which are expiring, Mark Roper, Vincent Edwards, and Susan Winslick. All 3 have indicated their interest in being reappointed. We have advertised for this committee as well, in both the newspaper, on the website and such. We've received no additional applications. So again, 2 motions in front of you to reappoint those 3 individuals or to establish an ad hoc interview committee to do additional recruitment.
Anybody here serve on that?
I serve on the land bank as a liaison.
Go ahead.
Excellent candidates.
Yeah, these are all capable individuals.
Very much so.
Yeah, and I'd be happy to make the motion that the Board of Commissioners reappoint Mark Roper, Vincent Edwards, and Susan Wenslick to a 3-year term expiring April 5th, 2027 on the Benzie County Land Bank Authority.
Support.
My only concern is Susan didn't bother to write a letter. But a little iffy just because she asked. I would think just to follow protocol, she should have. The 2-sentence letter would have sufficed for me. I just don't feel that she is putting the effort into that part of it.
So I did shoot her a
They would- they
text.
should.
I shot her a text to follow up with her too, because I said, hey, you haven't submitted a letter. And she said, I know I need to submit a letter. I definitely want to be reappointed. I haven't received a letter. Maybe Rose has as of this morning. I have it in text. But I can follow up with her again and ask her to submit
Great to
a,
have intent, but this is a
All right.
concern.
I can ask her again to send like a 2-sentence email for the file. I can do that.
And I would like to just interject that she's not a person, she's not a servant on that committee who just shows up
No.
and listens to the information and votes. She is actively involved in the blight elimination grant paperwork, albeit she's hired for certain parts, but she brings a knowledge base to the land bank that's you can't compare to anybody
I
else. It's
agree.
because of her history. And I understand what you're saying. She should have just fired off an email. I'm going to grant her grace in this situation, only because there's a lot going on with the land bank and a lot of it falls on her plate.
Mhm.
My comments would be that I know Susan also. I know she brings a lot to the table. And she generally has been discounting her rate to us when she does work.
Mhm.
But I share, my concerns are maybe, I agree with Gary, maybe a little different. We hold people to a certain standard. And I've seen this, like when we were talking about something with the sheriff's department one time. We got to apply that standard consistently.
Mhm.
And Susan, I understand we're after her more than she's after us to serve on that, but we
Mhm.
need to be consistent about what our expectations are.
But can we amend this to appoint her after we receive documentation from her?
You could do either.
I will make that amendment.
So we're
I
gonna
think I
strike
would
them up.
have to, I think I would have to amend my motion. Right. And, okay, what will it say, Tammy? That
Appointment upon
receipt of letter.
receipt of letter of,
So do you want it to come back before the board, or you're just making the motion contingent upon that letter?
I would make my motion contingent upon that letter.
Get the letter, she's appointed.
Okay, that's why I wanted to make sure. I didn't know if we needed to bring it back. We'll
Just
make
wanna
sure to
be
get that.
consistent. Thank you.
Rose
all
is
right,
listening. She'll
recommended
get that.
amended motion. Roll call, please.
Karen,
Oh,
Karen,
I'm
do you?
sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Okay,
Roll call, please.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloff.
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right, next on the list is to move into closed session. I'll make the motion, to move into close, that this body moves into closed session pursuant to MCL 15.268C.
I'll support.
Yes, Karen. You can bring your notes.
Roll call, please. Sorry.
Roloff,
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right, we'll be in closed session for not very long, folks.
You're unmuted.
Thank you.
Where are,
Remember the guys?
Now we're down here somewhere.
They go cash their checks and.
Commissioner reports.
They want their. You see some people, man, the wives would be meeting.
It's 11:59. We are back in session. Commissioner reports. I attended 8 meetings since we last met. Domestic Violence Task Force, I've commented on this meeting a couple of times. 15 attendees at that meeting from the last go around. Constant conversation about especially some of the youth and trying to house them. There's not very many beds available and they're very, very expensive. On the 25th, I attended my first APs, 26th MAC conference, which is a Zoom conference. There was no chair this month as the person was out sick. 1st of February, Area Agency on Aging, Northern Michigan. That was a joint meeting, so board of directors, board of somebody else. Just kind of cleaning up stuff from the past year and not a whole lot of decision making. Another agenda review. Benzie County Veterans Affairs on the 12th. Business as usual. We do have some updated items going to be happening at the Veterans Memorial this spring. As soon as it's done snowing Thursday or Friday. And of course, another agenda review. So fair amount of meetings, but not a lot to report. Village of Lake Ann had a public hearing for their short-term rentals within the village limits. I'm told they weren't very well attended. I mean, Village of Lake Ann meetings, you'd be lucky if there's 3 people in the audience. I think there might have been 5 or 6. And it was decent. I mean, but it was definitely time that there was some regulations on the short-term rentals, and that's just as important for the property owners as it is for the neighbors. Because people come and celebrate and make a lot of noise and get loud and then go back home. So there was not a whole lot of opposition because there's only a handful within the village limits. So I know at one point in time, our family owned the most short-term rentals in the village. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Or are they working on a ordinance of some sort? There's not a problem there like Frankfurt.
No, they just didn't have one in place, so it was more of a
okay.
protection thing than just to have it there, an insurance.
Most townships do, and Blaine is always, we never know who's got them. So,
There's a reason for that.
yeah, but they know where they stay. So
Right.
anyway, just curious because it's a
Good.
big deal.
Commissioner Janot has filed his report, so you could read it.
And I'm gonna highlight some things.
Oh, okay.
In my role as the commissioner, I attended 14+ meetings with the health department. And I know Gary will report more on this, but they're considering hiring their own health officer and moving away from, county. Under the MAC legislative, there was a discussion regarding citizens for local choice. Do you all understand what that is?
yes, I looked it up.
Okay. Bottom line is this, is that the legislators have made the decision on behalf of the townships that if you don't follow our ordinance for solar and wind, that they have a 3-panel committee that'll step in and make the decision for the township. This is, and I think Gary's gathering signatures also. We're getting signatures to put it on the ballot in November to bring it to the voter to make that decision rather than having it done unilaterally in Lansing. And then there was some discussion on the movement for Axe My Tax, MI. As you folks know what that is? Okay, I won't waste your time with that then. Under the EDC, I had requested that we put some kind of press release in regarding the broadband efforts for in the local newspaper. I think it's important that we get out there and we highlight the things that we're doing so that the community knows. There was a time that the chair put in an article every month that highlighted the things that were happening in the with the county commission. And they also discussed a potential incubator project in Frankfurt. Karen, I don't know if you'll touch on that or not. Okay. Housing North has now hired a consultant specifically for Benzie County to concentrate on housing developments. And they'll be announcing who that hire is in the next 30 days. And at the request of Dick Taylor again, and the Friends of Point Betsy, I'd arranged a meeting this time with Senator Bumstead to talk about getting the extension of grants that have already been provided. It's good to report that that has been approved now by the legislature, and that grant now has until 12/31/26 versus the 12/31/24 that they had been under. That's the extent of my update.
Questions for Commissioner Janeski? Commissioner Cunningham?
Yes, thank you. My report is submitted in writing, and I too will just highlight a few of the items there because you brought up the Frankfurt Business Accelerator Task Force is what it says at the top of our meeting minutes. It was general discussion, included addressing the city master plan to help clarify the vision of the city to potential investors. That also economic focus on the sustainability with the perspectives of the benefits to the city and the investors. Also, potential locations were discussed and the current real and offered market value. So all of that, and a letter was sent to an investor. So that is new since my report. I went to my first EDC and you covered that very nicely. MAC, Environmental Regulatory, was at the same time as EDC. So I went into the Zoom later and watched it. And they did bring up something that I thought was quite interesting. Tipping fees for bringing basically trash into the state and leaving here. That's called tipping fees. Michigan is at 36 cents per ton. The other states around are more like $5. So they are recommending tipping fees are what is hauled to Michigan as waste and dump. Michigan is the lowest in the Midwest. The higher price is to deter or be the same dumping cost as other people in our region. So be the same as market. This would raise approximately $8 million annually. The fees would be used to help environmental remediation through Brownfield, Eagle, and other sources. And then there was an individual that gave information on that. The other thing that was brought up at Environmental Regulatory was the PFAS, the polyfluorocarbons that are basically the forever pollutants that are in all of our waters here in Michigan. It's a synthetic chemical that is produced from commercial, industrial, and military. The federal regulatory is looking to have disposal requirements for this as hazardous waste. And all of that can be looked at on the through the environmental regulatory, but it really affects Michigan since we are water, and it's all our water, ground and underground, surface and above. So that was a very interesting and informative. At City Council, Ed Carella, who is a new council member, reported on the DDA, and they are working on updating the master plan, working in hand with the incubator, accelerator, whatever. So they're all trying to coordinate and work together on this. That I don't need to go over the emergency tower. Airport, this was very interesting. Of course, they were given the information about the tower and all of that is copacetic. But what has come about by Dick Bayer learned at a conference that GA airports, general aviation airports, are being targeted to transport fentanyl now. And it's not just on our borders anymore. And a recent Cessna, a 172, which is the first thing I got to fly on my own, and went to Arizona, landed, picked up the fentanyl, and then brought it to Wisconsin. Border Patrol stopped about 30 kilos, 60, 70 pounds of fentanyl from being sold on the streets. But that was brought up because we are a GA airport here and the Midwest is being targeted. So I thought that was very informative. And other than that, I went to about 12 meetings and, but the rest are in my report. If there's any questions.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Two things. One, just to clarify, that tipping fee, most of that comes from Canada.
Yes. I
Right?
was
So
gonna
it's
say
not like it's just from another country.
it's dumping that comes and that, so I didn't clarify as
Canada
that, but
because of the regulatories of environmental that they have is lots
Mhm.
more stringent than Michigan.
Dump
But
on
you know
us.
what tipping stands for? Comes in a dump truck, so you tip it up, so it slides out.
and it all goes down, yeah.
Karen, the other piece of it, I was involved in a discussion in the last couple of weeks regarding the hiring of a potential new manager at the airport authority.
Yes,
You're now going to have a voice on that board, correct?
correct.
Just to point this out, so you may not know this, before Dick Bear,
Mhm.
they paid the previous manager like $15 an hour.
Oh, now he's got a salary.
And then Dick was getting somewhere between 36 plus.
Yeah, I was gonna say 30 and 40, yeah.
You know, I hope that being our voice on that board, and I know it's an authority, so they don't have to come back to us, but being our voice on that board, I want to know how come our cost increased so dramatically? By the way, Dick had to be trained to the job. I'm not throwing grenades at Dick either, okay? But he wasn't even certified to be the manager, and they still paid him pretty well and then paid him to get certified. I would hope that we take a stronger position on how much they're paying out there, because we pay that salary,
A third of it, I believe.
right?
A third of it. You are correct in that. And yes, that was my understanding. I know we have, as of the meeting, there were 4 applicants and one of them I know got certification specifically to apply for this job. I'm not sure if the other ones are already certified that came in.
And the other changes is the airport manager used to cut the grass and they would do the snow plowing when they were available. And now they contract all of that out. The cost of doing business out there has escalated significantly, and it still only benefits a very small percentage of our community. I'd like to see them get their cost under control or understand why it's increased so significantly.
Yeah.
Michelle?
Fair
Thank you.
question. Thank you, Sean.
In the past, we've had an airport administrator, who's retiring, but before that was an airport manager. And the manager was there a couple of days a week to mow the lawn and help some tenants out with some things and do light duty things. All of the reporting and paperwork and all of that went to the volunteer board. So there were people on the board that were airport related that did all of that paperwork. The AIS reports, the meeting with the state, getting all of the documentation for the board to approve funding for painting the runways and doing the things. That was all done by volunteer boards, which Benzie County is more than wealthy in relationship to that. So the level of expertise required to run that airport retired. And so they hired somebody to do that job, which is the difference between $15 and 40 grand a year.
And
Those
is
two
on
people
call.
didn't do the same thing, not even close. So to compare them, and he also hired someone to mow and hired someone to do some of the snow plow removal or snow removal and things like that. Not all of it, but some of it, because he had a day job where he was a commercial pilot.
So Shelley, what I hear you saying is you think that those additional costs, they can justify?
Absolutely.
Because I agree with you. Our volunteer base is shrinking in terms of what people are willing to do, but you know what, if you
Absolutely. Benson
tell,
County has relied on volunteers to do a lot of their things. And we're finding that you get what you pay for. And
know-
so if you want that level of expertise, you need to hire that level of expertise. And I think that Dick Bear has done a fine job doing the things, learning the things, upping the level of expertise and responsibility and accountability and communication with all the things.
Yeah.
We can't go back to the lawnmower guy making sure things happen. That doesn't happen.
and this isn't for me, this isn't about Dick Bear. I like Dick.
I'm not
but-
saying,
but
this is
what I'm
not
hearing you
person
say-
specific. I'm
what-
telling you, the level of expertise required to run that airport is a higher level than it was the last time. And honestly, it probably was then, but we were nickel and diming it with
Volunteers.
Yeah.
volunteers.
I appreciate the explanation. Now I understand. Okay. Up until now, the people that have been in my ear, they don't go into that level of detail. And because you're closer to it,
Well, I'm the
I-
treasurer for this.
yeah, I
authority.
appreciate the input. Because we get very little communication about what happens at the airport, even though we're 1/3 owner.
Well, they're an
Thank you.
authority and they're different than a committee.
It doesn't mean they don't have accountability to us.
That's correct.
They want to use they want to use our taxpayers' money. Better come and tell me what you're doing with it.
When was the last time the Transportation Authority was here to speak? to you?
That's a great question.
Very
I'll
good question.
I'll tackle that one next.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Shelley. Thanks,
Rhonda?
Sure, thank you. I have a report. I'm gonna email it, but the wrong date on it, so I can't hand this to you. I attended the land bank. We reviewed the inventory. 2 vacant properties in Thompsonville are ready to convey to Habitat to Humanity as demo is complete. There are 2 additional lots in Thompsonville that will be remediated to remove building materials buried on the land. Like a house was buried on the land. Oh, wow. Oh, done it, and they're done.
Okay.
So they've been remediated. There's a house in Benzonia. The land bank is gonna have to create an agreement with Homestretch to be on the property because the land bank owns the house, Homestretch owns the land. And then there'll be an RFP for remediation and renovation to move forward with getting that home ready for purchase. An executive director contract was presented for consideration and that was tabled for review. I attended the Central Wellness Board and Executive Committee meetings. Alan Bolter, who is the Community Mental Health Association of Michigan, gave a presentation with emphasis on the state budget and pending legislation. He spoke about getting the right people in the right funding buckets because the wrong buckets create deficits that the system can't handle. The NMRE approved a forensic investigation of Northern Lakes. Their findings could have impact on their respective counties and on NMRE funds. And 2 recent incidents in Benzie County were shared where our social work officer intervened and it led to a mental health admission instead of incarceration. Those were viewed as success stories regarding that program. I attended the Benzie Watershed Coalition. We just recently added that to our agenda or our roster. It was our first meeting. It was introductions, roundtable discussion of the group's focus and impact areas. Our next meeting will be held to get new members up to speed with the result of stakeholder surveys and planning processes, and to get those in place to impact zoning resources. The goal will be to identify leverage areas for improvement and the committee name may change. That's being considered. I attended a building and grounds committee meeting. The topics of discussion were an elevator remodel, painting of the boardroom, rooftop unit replacements, lighting for the parking lot. Updates were given on probation and parole remodel, and an update on the lower level expansion. I attended the Village of Beulah meeting. The 2024 boat dock rules and application were approved. They're researching a reservation program to allow campground bookings online. An out of village sewer connection letter was shared, essentially saying that they are not allowing out of the village connections until their project is updated, and then the village will incur no costs for any more add-ons. That will all be at the cost of people who are able to add on to the system. The Cold Creek spoils removal were discussed. It was actually suggested at this meeting that other entities should consider contributing to the cost, as every township that borders Crystal Lake and the county as a whole benefit from having a clean lake. Right now, only the Village of Beulah and Benzonia share the costs of removing those spoils. I attended Benzonia Township meeting. There is an open trustee seat. That appointment will be made in the near future. There is no requirement for them to post that opening. The board can essentially just go from the resumes and applications that they recently received for Jim Sheets. Sadly, Sheila Priest passed away, and that seat will need to be filled. Their cleanup day is May 11th. They created their poverty income guidelines to be used at their board of review, and that amount was set at $15,795 a year. Their next planning commission meeting is March 7th at 6. The commission thereafter will meet bi-monthly. I attended the Village of Benzonia meeting. They presented a street inventory report, was presented by Fleece and Vandenbrink. The study was based on PASER ratings, which determine street conditions on a 0 to 10 rating scale. This is a tool for improvements, and it helps create a timeline, the creation of a timeline to improve the roads. Additional fees requested by Spicer Engineering were not approved. The upcharges appeared to be included in their proposal, therefore clarification was needed. Benzibus annual report was given by Jessica Carland, who attended many of the meetings I talked about before. We were essentially following each other around the county. And the Consumer Power Electric Franchise Ordinance Resolution was tabled to review the contract preceding the one that was presented. This is a contract that's presented, I think the term was 30 years. So they just wanted to make sure it was very similar to the one that they passed 3 decades ago. And then yesterday was the MAC Health and Human Services meeting. There was a presentation by Steve Norris. He was with Harm Reduction and Recovery Support. He is the Harm Reduction and Recovery Support Director with the Alliance and Coalition for Health Communities. He shared that 2 grams of fentanyl can take life without tolerance, and it's being found in all drugs across the board. He said low barrier access to reversal medication is key and especially important in rural communities where response time can be longer. I had an informational meeting with the sheriff. I attended the Benzie Summit and spent quite some time. I sent letters requesting fiscal support for the Village of Beulah Sewer Project. I sent those to anybody and everybody who represents our community, asking for either help with grant appropriations or earmarks to make that a little easier on their residents. And that's all I have.
Very nice. One question, what do they plan on doing with the spoils they've been digging out of there? That something can be dried and sold as black dirt? It's gotta be valuable.
I saw interest in that. My understanding that was they were waiting for it to dry out a little bit to remove because it's heavy when it's wet. I believe the person, the company that didn't Kirby's get that contract. I'm not sure if Kirby's or AJ got that contract, but I think what they do with it after they get it out of there is up to them. I don't remember the village ever saying that a use beyond removal was in their purview.
I think it would be good black dirt if you could dry it
I'm
out.
glad you brought it up. So right when they started that project, I reached out to find out who owned the excavator that was stuck in the muck. And I asked Mr. Kirby, and he said that it was Al Brown's excavator, but I'm not so sure Al Brown was doing the job.
It's just, people ask me about it.
And if it-
Yeah, I think if you check with the Village of Beulah, I mean, if they have the
Oh, that's-
ability to allow people to take it, I don't know.
It'll be
why they
good
wouldn't.
dirt.
Oh, yeah, it's gotta be very.
I'm assuming that anybody who bid that out is planning on doing something with it.
Oh, sure.
Perhaps.
If they can get it out of there.
Well, if they were going to sell it, they would have to have it tested first.
Dirt.
Yard dirt? I
The,
don't know.
Sediment from the sewage pond?
from the sewage, yeah.
It's not. the
That's not a
sewage
sewage pond,
It's the
that's
full
just.
creek.
Oh,
It's the
creek.
spoil
okay.
creek.
It's settling
Oh,
spoil.
okay.
Just,
Oh.
just the stuff out
I
of
knew
the
you
creek.
said the sewage pond.
Yeah. Yeah. Quite a project. They got quite a
I
project.
misunderstood.
Anyway. Sorry.
Good.
I'll give them a holler.
Thanks. Tim?
Networks Northwest, I participated in the CEO interview committee. We interviewed the two finalists, and then we made the recommendation to give the offer to Janie McNabb for the CEO position. Central Wellness Community Services and Relation Committee, we reviewed the fiscal year 2023 quality improvement snapshot and summary. And we had a presentation from the Manistee Friendship Society, the 2023 year in review by their director, Cassandra. Platte River Watershed. I've been on that, assigned to that for my entire time so far, and this is the first time we had a meeting. It was a kickoff meeting to start updating and revising the Platte River Watershed Protection Plan. Basically, it was a introduction of all the stakeholders, interested parties, looking at what the current plan states and the process that we have to go through to update it. There's certain things that they have to do. The Central Wellness Network Board meeting, Rhonda already covered that. I don't really have anything to add, except for we did talk rather in depth with the representation from Michigan, this Community Mental Health Association of Michigan on the CCVHC House bills. Because they're currently supporting that and our CMH does not. Buildings and ground was already covered. Village of Honor Council meeting, mostly just business as usual. Benzie Bus was there to give a report. Yes, she was at my meetings too. Homestead Township board meeting, the new sign is up and working. The weather allowed them to get it done, which was kind of nice. They tabled approving the natural hazard mitigation plan, but I do suspect that's because none of them actually really looked at it. And I asked them to look at it and hopefully we'll be able to get it approved next. LEPC and LPT, we approved the off-site response plan for the Michigan Department of Natural Resources Platte River Fish Hatchery, pending approval from the Inland Township Fire Chief. Ranger Deckers from the CP Bear National Lakeshore was there, and he indicated that the woolly hemlock adligid, it's an invasive insect, is been found on hemlock trees, and they're closing down the old Indian Trail site. It'll be closed until July, and they're working with the cooperation of the Michigan DNR to hopefully to stop the spread and resolve the infestation. MAC, Judiciary and Public Safety Committee, had a presentation from the Michigan Public Health Institute. One of the topics was a new reversal drug called Opvee. This is kind of like Narcan. It's supposed to be faster, and it's a one dose and you're done. They're testing that down in Oakland County, and all the first responders down there have been trained on it. Very similar to Narcan. It's a nasal, you spray it up the nose. Interestingly, got to experience Narcan last night. No, not personally. The after effects of somebody else getting it applied to. That's all I had.
And was it successful?
To be determined.
Let's see. Anything else for Tim? Gary? Tap that.
I'm just, all I can fathom is this new Narcan drug. is gonna cost us another $100,000 to train everybody. Sorry. Anyway,
Gonna save a lot of money.
there's another way to stop it too, just don't do the damn stuff. Heartless, I know. Health Department, Art covered that pretty well. Maples, that was extremely well covered. Appreciate Megan coming. I just wanna put out a thank you for that management there now. They've really got control of it and the board's got control of it and things are really looking up, so. I mean, they're actually talking about possibly adding a couple beds if and everybody else is dropping, so I thought that was super. Mac Ag and Tourism talked about the Keweenaw Heartland Project, which is like 9% of the county is that 30,000 acres, and the county's only residents are a little over 2,000. So they asked them what they wanted to make sure they still had revenue coming into the county from that property. I think the conservancy that's working on it is even setting up a group with government and locals to discuss it, which honestly, I wish that was done here. Eventually they will probably want to turn it over to the DNR or sell it to the DNR. That's a huge piece of property. Road Commission, thought all that. Had Hoop Terp came and pitched a deal about getting the Crystal Lake property and the Crystal Lake Outlet property and the Railroad Point property turned over to the county, so it will come before us sometime in the future. At that point in time, the Road Commission wanted to hand it over right then, so. Quite a story behind it. I also went to the summit, but that was pretty good. The only thing I wrote down was Spectrum is finished. Thompsonville, the TARP group came. Charles Kraus came and discussed it. They are doing an amazing job of raising funds. To get the grants, they have the match money. They have a layout of that. Alberta, not a whole lot there. They're working on their master plan. And the last one I went to was the Parks and Rec yesterday. And let's see, I guess I'm repeating myself there. TARP discovered that the village had got a DNR grant at one point in time. In fact, the school was still there, so I can't remember the dates of it. Before it burnt to the ground. And they had done the tennis courts and a couple other things on the playground with that grant. But they're not sure. They were supposed to have a plaque up telling that the money came from the DNR. So they can't proceed with these other grant requests till they get the plaque. And it may have been on the school. Who knows? It may have burned. But it's not a big deal. It's a couple $100 for a plaque. So they're gonna do that. Then they can proceed with the trust fund grant for the railroad or the Diamond Crossing in the building and stuff. Actually, they're talking about putting a bathhouse in it and tying into the village owns a small campground there. So they would be upgrading that, and I think part of the thing that they discussed, or Charles discussed, was, well, maybe we can get bicyclists to ride into there and camp for a night or whatever and go on and stuff, so. Ed discussed the Point Betsy lighthouse thing. Shard has talked about. But for some reason, after everything was settled, Eagle has an issue with a couple of interpretations and wants to. Shaking my head, I hope this is, but they did get the grant extended, I understand.
They did, and you're right, Eagle Eagle has become more restrictive in their permit than they were previously because they now have new employees.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, that's not good. And we will be hearing in the future on the road commission property, so that's about all I've got.
Here,
Have a question?
Here, I do have a couple questions. Talking about the road commission. At some point in time, when do they expect us to do that build out for their new building?
Right now, they're kind of in the preliminary things, my 12 to 15 million. Extremely low for what, that's not even bigger than electrical or whatever you gotta put in for fire and all that stuff. Whether they drill a well and all kinds of stuff, so I'm not sure. They're kind of looking at going to the public eventually for a bond proposal of some sort. I'm not sure when. Right now, they're just trying to get the layout the way they want it. Of course, the other building's not gone yet, but it won't be long. I don't know if I answered much, but it's kind of totally preliminary stages.
And my observation is that, we've got that pending as an increase. We got the jail pending as an increase. I hear that the transportation authority is looking at an increase. We got a lot of stuff coming down the pipe that the taxpayer and the voters are gonna have to make decisions on. And help me understand the advantage and disadvantage at Railroad Point and Crystal Lake Outlet. Who owns that now?
Yeah, I just, if I can get into this and figure it out. Ed Hooter, the Green Commissioner, prior to whenever we reached a certain population point, I don't remember what it
Let me
was.
explain.
Yeah, would you? Go
Okay.
ahead.
Please.
So, yeah, so before the county was 12,000 people, properties, including the dams. So the one property is the one who has the dam on it. Those properties went to the road commission, and it was the road commission's responsibility to manage those properties. Once we surpassed that 12,000 population threshold, that's when we actually formed the drain commissioner position. And then those responsibilities now come to the county. However, the property has remained in the road commission's ownership since then. It was never transferred. So according to Ed, his understanding is that that one property was supposed to be transferred all along, just the paperwork was never done. Now, the other property is a little different. It's just a property owned by the road commission that he
Define
thinks-
the other property, please.
So there's actually two parcels that are owned by the road commission that are kind of in the mix of Railroad Point. One being the one with the dam, the other one's just another piece of property. He went to the road commission about both properties being transferred to the county to basically add on to Railroad Point. The one he believes should have been done years ago when we surpassed that 12,000 population threshold. It just was never done. The other one he thinks is just, it should be added to Railroad Point. I cautioned him about taking on so many public properties when we don't even have the people or the money to manage these properties for Parks and Recreation. I can understand the one and get behind the one because it should have been done years ago when we surpassed that 12,000 population. But the other one, I'm hesitant on because we are notorious for continuously taking on properties and we don't have the manpower and the money to manage these public properties. And so, I mean, if we're going to make that our focus, we need to start really talking about a whole Parks and Recreation realm. So I'm hesitant on the one, the other one I can understand.
Yeah. I mean, I've been here over 25 years and we were over 12,000 when I moved here, so.
It was a long time ago, yeah. But
So
that's the law. It's
The implication is who has responsibilities? Is that statutory that property, when we went over 12,000, should have been deeded back to the county, but just never was? Or is that optional?
So it's optional. It just says that the responsibility of the dam piece of it falls to the county. It doesn't mean that we have to own the property, but Ed's understanding is that was the intent and the paperwork was never done.
Because the dam responsibility does fall to drain commissioner right now.
Which is the county, yep.
Yeah.
But before it was actually the responsibilities of the road commission when we were a population below 12.
This will be a discussion coming up another time,
Yes.
probably.
Yep.
All right, I just tried to get my head around it, that's all.
There's I've got a map here.
That shows the
that shows the
parcel.
two. The other piece of property was right next to the coal property.
Yeah.
And she probably said that and I didn't hear her. So it would just make the railroad property be one big piece.
Yeah.
If
Versus,
the rest of you understood, I apologize for taking up your time, but
no,
That's fine.
I'm not sure anyone knew about that 12,000 threshold. An interesting one. We're one of the few,
Too.
we're one of the few counties that were in that weird position of not having one and then having to create one.
okay.
And I only have one question for you, and it's a slightly different, but it does deal with the road commission. I have been approached by 3 entrepreneurs, I guess I'll call them, and farmers, asking me what happens to all the clippings or the lumber that gets cut alongside the road. Does that go to landfill or where does it go? Do you
Well,
know?
they've got that flailing thing that pretty much shreds the stuff
Shreds
right
it.
on the spot, but anything that they're cutting trees and stuff usually haul to the pit. They used to burn it. So I'm not sure what they do with all of it. They have a pit up north here by,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay,
here
I can,
Also, so, yeah, I just reach out to Troy
okay,
and ask
thank you.
them, that's something,
Yeah, this is just something that they could use.
right, and
And if it doesn't,
doesn't create a liability issue, I'm sure they'll.
sure. Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
You're fine.
Okay.
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Okay. Just a few things for me. DHHS has sent us their letter letting us know that they're exercising their final option to renew the last 5 years of their contract below us. They also sent a whole metered long list of requests of information so that they can determine the rent they will pay us. Isn't that nice? So I've been going back and forth with them a little bit. As you know, we do a cost allocation plan under federal law 200 CFR, blah, 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 which is a very accurate way of determining allocation among funding and those sorts of things. They won't accept that. They want specific invoices for certain things only, and that's all they will pay us. So we're working on that in our office to determine the rent payments with them. I have let them know that Benzie County is less than inclined to be willing to negotiate further based on all the things that we've talked about over the last 3 years I've been here. They understand that. So they did though exercise this final extension. So in about 2029, we'll be having some hard conversations and real conversations about, do we want to negotiate with the state an extension, or do we want to say, find a new space because we as the county need that space? So the light is at the end of the tunnel for that. Just letting you know some updates on grants. We talked about the Brownfield grant today, which is humming quite along. We also have a couple other grants that we're working on in our office. We have the $300,000 Railroad Point grant that we were awarded. I just turned some stuff in on that yesterday, so we should be receiving that money fairly soon. We also have a $400,000 trail grant, as well as another $100,000 trail grant with the Betsy Valley Trail, so we're working through that process as well. I've also received in my Michigan grant portal all the things for the tower money. So while it's an allocation, they kind of treat it as a grant. And so there's reporting we have to do for the tower as well. So it all shows up in the portal and we're humming along through that. I just want to make sure everyone is invited to Friday morning at 8:30. Kelly will be sworn in as the treasurer in the courtroom. And then at 1 o'clock that afternoon, we'll celebrate Shelley off into her new life, or whatever she wants to call it. So just want to make sure everyone's invited Friday for those 2 events. Those are very exciting. We have posted a ton of RFPs on the website, as well as they'll be in the newspaper. So just look at the website for those various RFPs. And then I also want to just put the public pitch out there. If you want to be on an RFP notification list, please let Rose know. We're trying to work on a list of people that just want to be notified for every RFP that comes out of the county. As you know, we publish these things and we really don't get great response. So we're hoping that if we have a specific list, maybe that can drum up some more response to some of these RFPs. So there's a parking lot lighting, there's the fencing. So there's a few different RFPs located on the website. You can see it right on the homepage. So just point people there. And then again, if they want to be on the list, let our office know. Rose did pass out 2 pieces of paper on your desk today. One is the accounts payable schedule. The other one is the agenda review schedule. Those are the dates that you have been assigned to do those 2 tasks. If they don't work for you, please let us know or find a commissioner to go in your space. If you do not want to participate in this, let us know that too, so we can adjust the schedule. We have heard some feedback that, you know, they don't see a true value in every commissioner attending. So if you guys want to change that schedule, please let us know so that we can clear all that up. As most of you probably know by now, accounts payables are on Thursdays, and the kind of the rhythm of that is once staff approves it Wednesday night, Thursday morning, I approve everything Thursday morning, and then you should get shot a text message that says, hey, we're ready, and you come in and do your part of that.
So it's on call.
It's kind of on call, and it's always, but it's on a Thursday.
Yep.
Agenda review, you should have been sent calendar invites. So if you don't see those calendar invites, the dates are reflective on that list that she also gave you as well. So again, if any of those dates don't work, please let us know so we can adjust the schedule.
Katie, before you leave that, you've got some of these highlighted in blue, some in red. Can you explain that?
Let me see it. I didn't get one.
That was the last 2
Yeah, so those ones are already done.
Yeah.
That's why.
And the red was a different.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, and then the red's a different time.
Okay,
That's
because
fine.
we've already been through February 21st and 15th.
Yep.
too. But the blue means that it's been completed.
Correct. Yep.
Wonder what she's like that.
Sorry. Anything else?
Any questions? Any more questions?
And then the only other thing on Point Betsy, Art is exactly right. Eagle is Eagle. They have some new staff and different interpretations of different things. So they're working closely with Eagle, trying to come to a happy medium on things. I think the real frustration from the group and the meetings that I've sat on is SHPO said, looks good, go ahead. And then Eagle saying, no, 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 we don't like it. So that's, I think, is the real rub and frustration, is it seems like 2 state offices across the hallway can't get on the same page of things. And so that's where the frustration, I think, is really lying at, is SHPO is given a lot of, given the go on a lot of these things. And now Eagle's coming back and saying, wait a minute, we don't like it. So they're working through that. They're working with Eagle. Things seem to be progressing now, just at more of a snail's pace. So timing, I mean, we're kind of in the air right now because there needs to be quite a few modifications to the plan. The group went into the mindset of fixing Point Betsy with the 100-year watermark in mind. Eagle doesn't want to extend past the 20 to 25-year planned watermark. So while they were going with this, like, we're going to get this fixed up and in most of our lifetimes, it'll never have to be done again, Eagle is saying no, because that's too much disruption to the earth. And so they want the shorter timeline because it's less disruption to the earth now. That's how I understood it. And so I see the frustration. I can understand the frustration because it's like you're trying to plan this, fix for a very long time, but Eagle is saying no. And so back kind of to the drawing board on certain elements of the project, but not the whole project. So that's a good thing. It's certain elements that need to be changed, but not the whole project.
And also if you have a 25-year or whatever the year limit on it, as engineering and materials and everything improve,
yeah,
then you can make the adjustments because it won't be grandfathered in then.
Yep.
So there would be another.
So, and then kudos to Jackie. I want to give to her. We're trying to get creative in some of our recruiting because we're just not getting people. For some positions we are. And so you'll start hearing on WTCM radio that Benzie County is recruiting. So didn't want you to be caught off guard when you hear that on WTCM radio. Radio advertisements actually are quite cheap in the grand scheme of it. And so we're gonna go that route to really get the market out there in the greater region that Benzie County is a great place to work and that we're hiring various positions. So when you hear that on the radio, we did plan that.
Good.
Anything else? Any questions for me?
Katie, a couple of things. First, We had requested over the last few years to have every quarter do a review of where we're at against budget. But I haven't seen that in a while now.
I have it on next agenda for the study session. But I can move it to a normal board meeting. I was just leaving it on the study session.
I'm gonna leave that between you and the chair, but I just noticed that we hadn't seen it at the end of each quarter. I realize it'd be a 30-day delay, but we just hadn't seen it.
Yeah. Yeah, we're a little bit late on that.
Okay.
Mhm.
And I don't know if I'm reading this wrong or not, but in the report that we got today, I show our general fund at 900,000.
Yep.
It seems, I don't remember it ever being that low in recent time. Is
It's
it?
been lower.
Has it?
So
Okay.
this is a timing thing, and Shelley, I know, has talked about it over the years, and we've kind of talked about it since I've been here. A lot of this has to do with a timing issue.
Okay.
And so you'll recall when we've talked about the DTRF specifically and about having to maintain a certain level in there for cash flowing the general fund.
Right.
We're nearing that time. So in about a month,
Okay.
the general fund technically will be almost out of cash. And that's when we'll use cash from the DTRF to cash flow until that cash starts coming in again from taxes. It's a timing thing that kind of catches us in a weird space.
Got it. It just caught me off guard today when I saw that.
Sure.
And the last piece, I guess I'd direct this to the chair and vice chair. Are we going to do an annual performance evaluation on the administrator?
Actually, we just talked about that and we'll be looking into sometime soon.
Okay. Kind of hard to ask them to do performance evaluations on
Right.
employees if we're not doing it on them.
Yeah. So my contract actually expires this year. So we have to go through all of that this year. The contract was written in a sense that this board could call a performance evaluation if they want to. It didn't require it. And so we haven't done one. Although you've all given me ongoing feedback, but the contract does expire this year. So we'll actually have to sit down and talk about all the things in general. But as you can imagine, it's kind of a timing thing since we have also 6 bargaining units also expiring. And so Bob and Tim and I talked about a bit of a timing in all of that as well.
Okay. I'm assuming that you would look forward to having an evaluation.
Sure.
Yeah.
I get a call from all 7 of you all the time, so I feel like I'm always being evaluated in a lot of ways.
I just know from my experience that the employees appreciate more formality of it and knowing exactly where they stand and getting it documented and
Yeah.
all those things you already know.
Yeah. The contract does call for hiring a professional to do it, I believe, so.
Anybody else?
That'd be art.
No.
I'm a tough evaluator. She doesn't want me.
Alrighty, and if there any correspondence anybody wants to talk about? There are none. Brings us to our final public input. Does anybody like to share?
I'll just say something.
3 minutes.
I'm setting it right now. Oh, gee. As you know, we had the early voting for the last 9 days, and I sent you out a list of what our results were. Went very well. It was kind of touchy there at the beginning. This is something new that we had to do, but I want you to know your township clerks did exceptional. They got everybody there. They got everything moving today. I haven't heard how it's going yet. We had a few hiccups this morning, but I haven't been back to the office. So this was very demanding on them, trying to get this early voting done. So when you see them, just please tell them thank you. They did a wonderful job.
And they said kudos to you. I mean, seriously, the Frankfurt people and Crystal Lake, for feedback from them. I didn't hear from Lake, but just phenomenal training job.
I'll remind you, this is public input and normally the commissioners.
Oh,
don't.
I'm sorry. I just was excited for her. She
Can I
did
ask
such
a
a great
question?
job.
Tammy, at the end of the day, will you have a tally of what the townships had to expend individually to fulfill this requirement?
We will have that. It's going to take a little bit of time to get everything all together because part of that, they're all going to have to submit for the presidential primary. I'll submit from the county the expenses to the state to be reimbursed. They're going to have to submit to the state for the early voting and election day because that all gets paid for. But when I get everybody's together, I can give it to you guys.
And you'll be able to know the 9-day.
Yep,
Total.
the 9 days and then also with election day too.
Okay, thank you.
I already did.
Mhm.
Any other public input? Michelle?
Yeah, we had a caucus while you were in closed session.
Oh,
We were talking about things. You were questioning equalization and the costs and the changes and all of the things. So how many years ago did they change the reporting for assessors? 8 years ago, levels of assessing? Probably 8 years ago, the state of Michigan said we were deficient in our education of assessors, and so they upped the ante on that. And when that happened, half of the existing ones said, I'm out. And now we're standing naked and afraid in the middle of this process. And then they said, well, we're going to create this great new process that's going to take you 2.5 years to become a level 1 assessor. I was a level 1 assessor. It took me 6 weeks and a test. And so now you went from 6 weeks of education to 2.5 years. We had a shortage of people and still do to this day. So when Brianne took over in her department, you can't just hire somebody to do that job now. We didn't hire her. She spent the next 2.5 years becoming who she is. And then the next level, and then the next level to get her to where she is now. And we paid for her education to make that happen. There are many counties in the state of Michigan that share an equalization director because there aren't 83 qualified people to do that. So we had to punt and make different decisions. And so they changed the requirements of the staffing in her department so that they could hire out the portion that they really can't even hire for.
That makes sense.
And so the reason it looks different is because the world we live in is different.
They changed the rules.
Yeah. And we still haven't recovered from it. There are assessors that, in my opinion, still need more education. They have done a great job at the state level of managing assessors and testing them and helping them get up to speed. But, you know, we used to have, 13 or 12 townships in a city, so 13 assessors. And to change that, we now have like 6. And that's it. So the difference between that is all because the state changed the rules. And so we're adapting to that. And I think we're adapting well. And they are the people that support taxation. So we need them proficient. Just saying.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Just for the record, I was satisfied with the explanation earlier.
Okay. You have public input, close public input, look for a motion to adjourn.
Support.
Motion support, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, so moved.